they're rolling around cities and terrorizing communities, and they're dressed in military gear, and they're creating a war zone feel everywhere they go.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely.
They're completely untrained. In my home city of Everett, Massachusetts, yesterday, they tried to subdue a man and then dropped their firearm and then tried to blame the person they were arresting for trying to seize their firearm from them. They're just completely untrained and unprofessional.
And constantly lying.
Constantly lying.
Constantly. And like they're throwing, even if they were legally deporting people, the issue is that these are people who are non-violent, and they are taking them out of their cars, out of the schools, out of the churches, and they are throwing them on the ground. They are pepper spraying them in the face. They are pepper spraying children in the face, and it's not right.
Yeah.
Is this the country that your parents thought they were fighting for?
I don't even know. I come from a very Republican family. I am one of the only people who can see through all the bullshit right now, and I'm hoping that this and coming forward, more people come to realize the reality of what's actually going on in the government.
I believe her parents are scared for their benefits and their livelihoods, so they're kind of in hiding about how they really feel. I think maybe as time goes on, they will more see the problem with this country and everything that's going on right now in due time. Yeah.
We have so many issues. I mean, we take minutes. I mean, a long time to name everything, but a lot of people out here in DC celebrating the birthday, 250th birthday of America.
Yeah.
What would your message be to MAGA and Trump and whoever who are still supporting?
There's just not really anything to celebrate right now. The thing is that we aren't anti-America. We aren't. We love this country, and we're trying to stay in this country, and we're trying to protect it and go back to the way that it is supposed to be constitutionally, and that's just not what's happening right now. So you can celebrate America, but we are celebrating America right now, not following a cult leader. We can't.
I don't know how we can be celebrating our freedom and liberty right now when we are completely occupied by a foreign nation. It's the illusion of freedom, and we can't sit here and think we're so free, but there's going to be a point where none of us are free. It's going down the drain. It's a slow burn, and
AI is rapidly increasing everywhere, and ICE and all the federal agents are using AI now, so they're building up the AI database, and robots and drones are big now. So basically, they're creating a digital prison for all of us.
Yes, I very much so agree with that. They're buying up farmlands, they're buying family farms that are being squeezed out of money where they literally can't afford to keep it, so they have to sell it to the government, and then all the data farms are going up, taking all the clean water, and it's just like, even if personally you think there's not enough evidence, how has nothing that's happened raised at least red flags to then investigate more? Everybody's like, oh, there's no evidence and there's no need for investigation. How is there no need? How can you not be at least like worried? Like how if there's somehow not enough evidence for you, how is nothing going on raising red flags for anybody?
They're building a digital prison right now to enslave us all, and if you don't think so, then you're delusional. So.
A lot of people think that they're saying just vote Democrats in November and we'll change things. Do you think that's...
I think it's an issue on both sides. I don't think it's a Republican versus Democrat issue because Israel literally pays for both sides. It's corruption across the board. I'm not against Republicans. I'm not against Democrats. I have no issue with either side. I have the issue with people being bought and representing countries that aren't our own.
Foreign agents. I walked through the State House, the Capitol building, and all the reps that say that they stand with Israel. It's like, where's your loyalty lie? Does your loyalty lie with America, or does your loyalty lie with Israel? And it disgusts me to look through and then see all the money that Israel pays to these politicians. And you seriously think that they have our best interest at heart right now? They do not. They do not. We're all goyim. We are all goyim to them. We are all beasts.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Before I let you go, is there anything else you would like to say? And if you want, introduce yourselves if you want your name.
Impeach the pedophiles.
Yeah, impeach the
I'm
pedophiles.
Joey Sorrentino. You can find me at Joey Sorrentino88 on Instagram, and anarchist underscore cookbook 88 on Instagram. You can find me there.
I'm Michaela Freeman. I am all the way from Maine, and we need more people to stand up. We need more people to realize what's wrong and at least educate yourself, because that's the main issue. There's so much uneducation and so many people that just don't know, because that's on purpose. It's on purpose.
Ignorance
Educate
is
yourself.
bliss, right?
Ignorance is bliss.
Yeah.
Thank you both very much.
Of course. Thank you.
Yeah.
Who are you with again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right, guys. So I think that's gonna wrap. I think I'm gonna wrap it up here. Oh, hold on. Let's see. Shit. All right, guys. So I think I'm gonna wrap it up here and go cool down. Thank you all for tuning in. If you are not yet a member, we cannot do this without your support. So sign up as a member. What's up,
Does
bro?
that dude look familiar?
Yeah, I don't know who that is though.
That was the guy that was over there.
Yeah, what's his name though?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Oh,
I was
I'm
seeing him
sorry to
around.
bore
Yeah,
you.
no, it's all right, bro. All right. So again, statusquo.com/join. Sign up for as low as $5 a month. Subscribe to our channel so you get that notification, and leave a super chat on the next stream if you can, or on this one before I end it. Donations, anything you could do to support us. Hey, what's up, Alex? What's happening? Hey,
I would have brought the jacket.
It's all right. Don't worry about it. I'll get in that time. Everybody just say hi to Alex. Alex
Hey,
James.
sorry, I didn't realize you were on live.
Yeah, we're live right now. So you want to talk about anything? Do you have any updates on the activists in Minnesota? The 15 activists? Do you guys have any updates? Or?
I just know we've got.
14 one day, one the next day, so all 15 have pled not guilty, and they'll be scheduled for their next court appearance probably in 3 to 6 weeks, how the court systems work.
Okay.
A lot of them are out speaking and doing interviews now, so there's a lot more activity. I know that they're not very available at first, but they seem to be becoming more available.
Okay. All right, gotcha.
It's just
So
a process, man. The process is the punishment. Hopefully that's all.
Right.
But we'll see what happens. But so far they pleaded not guilty, and then they'll have a second appearance, which probably an omnibus hearing or whatever they call it, in 3 to 6 weeks. And the courts are slow, so we'll see.
The way I see it, they keep putting the spotlight on us in very silly ways that are going to cause the middle and the right to start questioning the politics and the logic of everything a lot more. So thank you. Really, you're doing us a favor. Hitting me, you did us a favor here too, because you missed critical damage by 1 or 2 inches, and you hit the one who would come back later that night with a protest picnic for everyone, and came back every day since. So thanks for getting us international attention. Thanks for getting us on Status Quo and talking about all the bullshit that's going on. So yeah, Keep it up, but maybe not hit someone else with a car. But yeah, just keep up the bullshit, and you're just gonna wake up more people for us. So.
By the way, you guys, if you aren't watching Status Quo and you're not supporting Status Quo and free media like this, you're stupid. This guy has been everywhere since day one, since back in Minnesota, back before January. Support Status Quo. Donate, help, keep this funded. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, if you can edit that music, go right ahead.
Yeah. We're live right now, so we're all good.
I know.
Yeah, so that's Nick from Minneapolis. He was there with me and Mercado. A couple of days after I got frostbite, he gave me some helpful tips. So I appreciate him very much. Great guy. He's always out on the ground and active and helping any way he can. So yeah, I think I'm gonna wrap up here. Go get cool, get hydrated, and again, we're gonna be live tomorrow. So make sure you subscribe, get that notification. All right, everyone. Thank you very much. Thank you for watching, and you'll see me again tomorrow. All right. Stay cool, stay safe, and we'll see you.
Where are you from?
I'm from Chicago.
Chicago.
Yeah.
Why Chicago?
Why Chicago? I was born there, and I love it. I love the city. I think the city has, a lot to improve on, but I think the city could be the most beautiful city in the entirety of the United States. I was just in New York for the first time, and New York was just absolutely beautiful. I mean, like, the buildings are so nice. They're so big. Like, why can't every city be like that in, America?
Right. So you're from Chicago. You know a thing or two about crime. Now you're in D.C.
I mean, I don't know anything about crime, really. Like, I just kind of pay attention, do my own thing. I've never really, hung out with any of the people in Chicago who are committing the crimes or really been around the crimes. I'm just kind of like, stuck in the books. So.
Right, you know a thing or two about safety. Let's say that.
Yeah, I mean,
you're here. You've survived Chicago this far.
I mean, everyone knows what it means to be safe, right? I mean, when you feel safe, and you like it.
Right. Is this your first time to D.C.?
I mean, relatively, yeah. I mean, like, this is my first, stay in D.C., so I'm here for the summer, but...
Okay. Yeah. What are you doing this summer in D.C.? Can you say?
I cannot say.
You cannot say. Okay. I respect that.
Yeah.
So you're living in D.C. this summer.
Yeah.
Would you have come for the 250th if you weren't living here?
100%. 100%.
Why?
I mean, this is basically history, okay? We are witnessing history right now. I mean, there is no better time to be in D.C. than today. Because, this is 250 years.
What about tomorrow?
Tomorrow? Tomorrow is basically today. I mean, like, I see July 3rd and July 4th as the same day. It's kind of like you have, July 4th Eve, and then you have July 4th. It's like Christmas Eve. It's kind of the same thing, it's... So, yeah.
What are you looking forward to most tomorrow?
Trump speaking, and then also, the whole flyover. I love planes. Planes are fucking amazing. So
I love planes.
Yeah.
Did you see the B-2 flyover earlier today?
It was beautiful. I got a photo. I mean, I don't think, I think everyone has to see a B-2 at some point in their life. So
That was my first time seeing a B-2. Was that your first?
It was.
I think that's the most patriotic thing I've ever seen in my life, a B-2 flying over.
I went to an air show in Oshkosh, probably one of the best air shows in the entirety of America, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, because it's 3-hour drive from my house, and I just loved it. But I saw they had a night show. They have night shows on Wednesdays and Saturdays there, and they had the drone swarms, and they had them in the shape of a B-2. So that was the closest I ever came until today.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. You got to add something to the bucket list while you're in D.C.
100%.
So the 2024 election, were you old enough to vote?
I think I was old enough by one day. I think it was on my birthday.
Did you vote?
My dad dragged me in. I did vote, yes.
Did you vote for President Trump?
I'm not going to disclose who I voted for. I support whoever the president is. I love this great country, so.
You're very patriotic. I think
I support and respect the office. Maybe I don't support all their decisions, but I support and respect the office.
I don't think anyone supports every decision. I don't even know if the guy does.
Who knows?
Right. You're seeing a lot of American flags here. I think this is the most patriotic I've ever seen in D.C. I lived in D.C. while Joe Biden was in office, and it wasn't very safe, and it wasn't very patriotic. Now you pull into a parking garage here. It's called Patriot Garage, right? What does the American flag mean to you?
I think what the American flag means to me is, I think it's just a symbol of freedom to everybody everywhere. And I think it's just such a beautiful thing to just see it. I talked to this woman whose family escaped Afghanistan earlier in the year. And she told me when she saw the American flag in Afghanistan, because her family is basically fleeing, the Taliban, she basically saw oh my God, we still have hope. We have hope. And I take that story with me. I think it's a beautiful story. And I think everyone should too. So I guess hope and freedom. I think.
Right. I think you hit the nail on the head with Afghanistan. And the American flag is hope to the rest of the world. Have you ever been outside the country?
I went one time, and that was this year. I mean, I never really had the resources as a kid to, leave the country. But this year I left for the first time. I went to France.
Did coming back from Europe change your perspective on America at all, make you more grateful?
100%. I mean, I guess maybe it was the weather when I was in France, but it just felt like sad America. And then when I came back, I was like, damn, this is happy. And it's a beautiful place. Things are actually moving here. Things can actually get done. People are so, Europe is slow. Nothing can get done there. Things can actually get built in America. And, that's the beauty of this place. So.
Right. I would say you coming back from Europe, you're probably grateful for AC, but on a day like this, I don't think anyone has AC right now. And what do you think about the heat?
I mean, the heat kind of sucks, but, there's no place I'd rather be right now. So we can endure the heat.
We can.
Because
Well, thank you.
if you can't take the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen.
That's a quote there.
Yeah.
That's a quote. Well, I appreciate your time.
Yeah,
and thanks for being in D.C.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. Right now, usually the My Pillows, I sleep on a My Pillow every night. Usually My Pillows are 66% off. But right now for the 4th of July, they're running a special deal. 80% off. You get yourself a Mike Lindell My Pillow, and you can sleep as good as I do every night.
Welcome back. We're here with RSBN on the ground in Mount Rushmore, here in South Dakota, celebrating America's 250th birthday. We also have people out on the ground in Washington, D.C. I was there last week, but here I am, MAGA Megan, reporting to you live from South Dakota at Mount Rushmore. We're anxiously awaiting for the ticketed guests to arrive, so people are going to be flooding in here shortly, getting ready for this spectacular event here at Mount Rushmore, and we're going to be discussing what it took for them to get here, what it means for them to get here. We're going to be interviewing the crowd once they arrive. But for now, a word from one of our favorite sponsors, All Family Pharmacy. Our friends at All Family Pharmacy are kicking off Independence Day with their biggest sale of the year. And if you have been thinking about getting prepared, you don't want to miss this. From July 1st through July 7th, they're offering buy one, get one free on ivermectin capsules, ivermectin cream, and hydroxychloroquine. This sale was a huge success last year, and they're making it even bigger this time by adding more products. All Family Pharmacy believes in medical freedom, patient choice, and giving Americans easier access to the medications they trust. During this sale, whatever quantity you order of these select medications, they'll send you the same amount for free. The process is simple. Complete a quick online medical form, a licensed physician reviews your request, and if appropriate, they will send you a prescription. Then your medications are shipped straight to your door. If you've been waiting for the right time to stock up and save, this is it. Sales like this only come around a few times per year. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN before July 7th to take advantage of the buy one, get one free sale, or call 561-717-6794. That's allfamilypharmacy.com/RSBN or call 561-717-6794. And a word from one of our favorite American patriots over at MyPillow, Mike Lindell. Go to mypillow.com/RSBN for up to 66% off your entire purchase. Mike Lindell and MyPillow employees want to thank you for your great support this past year, and they want to make 2026 the best year ever. So thank you. And they are giving away free shipping on your entire order and wholesale pricing. So so they're bringing back this mega sale. For example, the classic MyPillow regularly is $49.98 and now only $14.98. Turn any mattress into the best mattress ever with the made in the USA MyPillow mattress topper and save up to $100. Get a set of MyPillow Giza Dream Sheets for as low as $29.98 or the 6-pack towel set for only $34.98. To get the best specials ever, go to mypillow.com and use promo code RSBN. Order now and your entire order ships absolutely free. Again, use promo code RSBN and go to mypillow.com for this monster sale celebrating America 250, Independence Day, Great American Patriots over at MyPillow. Shout out to Mike Lindell and our sponsors over at MyPillow. So we're here at Mount Rushmore waiting for the crowd to roll in, and it's going to be an absolutely riveting night here at Mount Rushmore. But for now, we're going to show you a quick video on the White House, and it's going to be cool. So check it out, and we'll be back here shortly.
This painting symbolizes a country's foundation. A quiet room, clean signatures, steady resolve, total unity, promises of liberty. This is the signing of the United States Constitution. But from where I stood, promises were already being broken, and a debt was owed.
This clause, here, must be revised.
They started drafting it in 76.
Let us agree to this historic measure.
Congress approved it in 77, then began signing in 78, but it didn't officially go into effect until 81.
It is finished.
And for a moment, we felt we might have a nation. But even as it was being written, the weakness was already there. At Trenton, we marched, broke, pay missing, terms expiring, bellies empty.
I propose that this resolution be adopted.
Congress could pass resolutions, but it couldn't collect a single dollar to back them. So we crossed on promises, not pay. Then, Valley Forge. Winter didn't just test our commitment, it exposed a weakness. No proper clothes, not enough bread, and the army froze while waiting for Congress to act. The articles were built from fear.
We must grant Congress the power to tax, gentlemen.
Absolutely not.
Fear that a strong government would grow into a new tyrant. So they kept the strength with the states. Congress tried to cobble together a semblance of government, but they couldn't even pay their own debts. We'd beaten Britain at Yorktown, yet still we shivered like we'd lost. The fighting ceased, the bill came due. Congress pleaded, states hesitated.
Payment isn't coming. We've been called to confer. In private.
And the army, my men, who bled for freedom, discovered that gratitude alone doesn't feed your family. Washington didn't write the articles, but he lived with their consequences.
Gentlemen, the decisions we make now will determine our future.
We did not bleed for this nation only to be cast aside when it is convenient.
That winter, the talk turned dangerous. If Congress wouldn't act, maybe the army must. We'd collect the debts by force.
We must march on Congress to secure our due.
An attempt has been made to convene you together. How inconsistent with the rules of propriety. How unmilitary.
I expected him to punish us. Charge us with treason. Instead, he spoke with the steady resolve of a man who had seen and overcome greater hardships.
Gentlemen, you will permit me to put on my spectacles. For I have not only grown gray, but almost blind in the service of my country.
That was all we needed to hear, and suddenly our fury felt small. And then he did the unthinkable, what victorious commanders almost never do.
Having now finished the work assigned me, I retire from the great theater of action.
He humbly handed back power. He retired at the end of the war to return to his farm. In that moment, I realized an army could seize anything except legitimacy. We'd beaten a tyrant. Now we had to decide what or who could replace him without becoming him. Because the next fight wasn't on a battlefield. It was over the kind of country we'd become.
First in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen. Light Horse Harry Lee's words from the official eulogy of George Washington were once famous. Nowadays, we usually think of Washington as the granite figure on Mount Rushmore, or Gilbert Stuart's famous painting, solemn and distant. But at the time of the American Revolution, 43-year-old George Washington was in the prime of his life, battle-tested, strong and vigorous. At 6 foot 2 inches, he was a natural leader of men. Washington did not write the Declaration of Independence, or the Constitution, or the Federalist Papers. Yet his defiant, inspiring, and commanding writings far outweigh those of his contemporaries. As a military general, he lost more battles than he won. Yet Washington fearlessly led an untrained army to defeat the greatest military power in the world. If the Declaration of Independence was an expression of the American mind, as Jefferson called it, George Washington was its embodiment. He brought the Revolution's principles to life, and in doing so brought this country into being. This was the man who founded America. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, near Pope's Creek in Westmoreland County, Virginia. The first of 6 children of Augustine and Mary Ball Washington. What he learned came mostly from self-study and practical experience. He knew the Bible and Shakespeare, read Seneca and Cicero, and studied history in the political writings of the day. As a young man, Washington was a surveyor and traveled extensively in the area west of the Appalachian Mountains. He wanted to join the British Navy, but his mother objected. At the age of 21, Washington sought a commission and was appointed by the British as a major in the militia. Later, as a lieutenant colonel, his regiment was sent to the Ohio Valley to challenge a French incursion. The resulting skirmishes marked the opening of the French and Indian War. Since he could advance no further in British ranks, being a colonial subject, Washington resigned his commission and instead volunteered as an aide to General Edward Braddock, who led a British expedition to expel the French from Fort Duquesne. When they were ambushed and Braddock was mortally wounded, it was Washington, with 2 horses shot from under him and his clothes pierced by 4 musket balls, who rallied the panicked troops and formed a rear guard, allowing the remaining force to retreat. After that, he was appointed colonel of the Provincial Virginia Regiment, which made him the highest-ranking American military officer in the colony. In 1758, Washington was elected a member of the House of Burgesses. The next year, he married the young widow, Martha Custis, who would be his wife for the next 40 years. And they established their home at Mount Vernon. He served as a vestryman in their nearby Anglican parish. Washington had inherited slaves, and more came with his marriage. But he eventually opposed slavery, wished to see its abolition, and in his will, upon Martha's death, freed his slaves. As the colonial crisis heated up, Washington sponsored a series of resolutions denying the right of the British Parliament to tax the colonists, and along with George Mason, introduced the Fairfax Resolves, which closed Virginia's trade with England. In 1774, Washington was elected as a Virginia delegate to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. After Lexington and Concord, Washington urged Congress to prepare for war. He attended sessions in his uniform to show that he was deadly serious. When Congress recognized the militia forces around Boston as a Continental Army, there was really no question who would be selected to command them. General Washington left Philadelphia just as news broke of the Battle of Bunker Hill. Once outside Boston, he immediately set out to force the British to battle or to leave, which they did after Washington had cannons placed on Dorchester Heights, threatening the British ships in Boston's harbor. Anticipating that the British would attack New York next, he swiftly moved his army there. It is often argued that Washington followed a Fabian strategy, modeled after the Roman general who defeated a superior enemy through a war of skirmishes and attrition. But Washington was also a bold general when the opportunity presented itself. After retreating across New Jersey, for instance, Washington executed a daring attack by crossing the icy Delaware River on December 26, 1776, with 2,000 men to attack Hessian mercenaries occupying Trenton. Washington then led his outnumbered Continental Army against British forces near Princeton, New Jersey. When his men wavered in the battle, Washington rode to the front lines, well within range of British muskets, to rally them in a counterattack that secured the victory. Those two battles, Trenton and Princeton, changed the momentum of the whole war. Washington's greatest strategic operation culminated in the last great battle of the American Revolution. The victory at Saratoga had induced the French to form a military alliance with the Americans, and that created a new opportunity. In 1781, Washington initially planned to attack British forces in New York City, but quickly saw a chance to seal a march on the enemy. He spread misinformation, forged documents, and kept watchfires burning while he secretly led 8,000 troops over 400 miles from New York to trap Lieutenant General Charles Cornwallis at Yorktown, Virginia. Washington coordinated movements with both the French Army and Navy to prevent British naval reinforcement or evacuation, and orchestrated the formal siege that forced Cornwallis to surrender his entire army. That victory shattered British resolve to continue the war. Washington's greatest act as general occurred after Yorktown, but before the peace treaty of 1783. The Continental Army had not been paid consistently for years due to Congress's financial struggles, and the officers were frustrated by Congress's seeming ingratitude for their service. Some proposed drastic action, refusing to disband, or even marching on Philadelphia to threaten Congress. Washington called a general meeting and then showed up unexpectedly to speak to his officers. He denounced the mutinous talk as subversive, appealing to their patriotism and recalling the last words of the Declaration, "To your own sacred honor." Then, pulling out a pair of glasses to read a letter from Congress, he said, "Gentlemen, you'll permit me to put on my spectacles, for I have grown not only gray, but almost blind in the service of my country." The conspiracy immediately collapsed. Later that year, Washington's circular address to the states set off a series of events which culminated in the Constitutional Convention of 1787. Washington was elected its president. Be assured, future President James Monroe reminded another future president, Thomas Jefferson, his influence carried this government. Is it any wonder that Washington was unanimously elected to be the first president of the United States? The arc of Washington's statesmanship was complete. He had led his people from revolution through war to a constitutional republic. Twice during the Revolution, Washington was granted absolute power by Congress to do whatever was necessary for the cause. Twice, he gave that power back. When one of his colonels proposed that Washington be made a king, he rejected the idea in utter disgust. After the war, Washington resigned his military commission. After 2 terms as president, he resigned that too. The French Revolution ended in violence, the guillotine, and the wars of Napoleon. That the American Revolution did not was largely because of Washington, who sought an independent nation of self-governing people. living freely, to use his favorite biblical metaphor, under their own vine and fig tree. The moderation and virtue of a single character, Jefferson later reflected, probably prevented this revolution from being closed, as most others have been, by a subversion of that liberty it was intended to establish. When he resigned for the last time, Washington left his beloved country enduring advice in his farewell address: uphold the Constitution, be vigilant in protecting the liberty of all, guard the nation's independence, and above all, maintain the civic and moral character necessary for self-government. George Washington is Pater Patriae, the father of our country, but he never had children of his own. We are his children. Together, we must live up to this inheritance, especially now, on our nation's 250th birthday.
Welcome back. This is Megan Kohler reporting live from Mount Rushmore, and the crowd is starting to roll in. Over 100,000 people were reported to have put their name in to win this ticket lottery for a chance to win a ticket tonight for this grand event. And about 4,000 people will be attending this with the lottery tickets. So congratulations to everyone who won a ticket for tonight's event. And if you haven't gotten a ticket and you want to check it out on RSBN, we will be streaming live all day here on RSBN. You can see all the action for yourself. We're bringing all the sights and sounds of the Mount Rushmore event straight to your living room. So check it out here on RSBN. Make sure you download our app if you haven't done that yet in the App Store. And if you are interested in the sights and sounds of what's happening and you like making predictions about different current events that are going on, whether that be sports, whether that be politics or anything else like that, you want to make sure you download Kalshi and you go to the website, use the app and go to the website kalshi.com. That's KALSHI.com/RSBN, or scan the QR code on the screen. What's cool about Kalshi is it's a prediction market for politics, sports, and other topics. And there's current markers of what's going on right now. So they had a poll of who do you think was going to win the NBA championship, for example. Of course, the Knicks won, but that was going on before. And now go to kalshi.com/RSBN. More than 1 million users are using Kalshi now, and it's growing. So use code RSBN to get a $10 off promo when you trade $100. And so let's look at what's going on with the market and what they're saying on Kalshi, the largest U.S. prediction market about what Trump will say during his meeting with Putin today, for example. So check it out. Here's an example of what it looks like when you go on Kalshi with code RSBN to get $10 off. Check that out. $10 off using RSBN. Thank you to one of our huge sponsors, Kalshi. We love to see it. And Kalshi has absolutely exploded recently. It's one of the most accurate prediction market predictors of all time. So check it out. Go download the app. And next up, in today's uncertain economy, American financing is helping families find a way out of the high interest trap. We're heading into summer, but economic clouds are not clearing for most middle class families. Between persistent inflation and the cost of daily life, you're likely fleeing the pressure. You've worked hard for your home and probably have more equity than you realized, yet the summer surge is forcing many to rely on credit cards. It's an exhausting cycle, but American Financing understands that 2026 requires a real strategy. That's why they have a salary-based mortgage consultant ready for you. With mortgage rates in the fives, their customers are saving an average of $800 a month by wiping out high-interest debt. That's money that stays in your pocket to fight back against rising costs. No upfront fees, no pressure, and if you start today, you could delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing today at 888-402-0299. That's 888-402-0299. The website is americanfinancing.com. www.ccc.net/RSBN. We're here at Mount Rushmore getting ready for tonight's event. The doors have opened, people are walking in, and they're getting ready to go get their seats. We have seats set up here on the top level and then down looking over to the amphitheater section. The amphitheater is always permanently here, but we have specialty seats set up for this event specifically. We also have an overflow section to the right once you walk in, near the food, near the ice cream, and they have another display over there with the screen and the speakers so that people in the overflow can still experience the event just like they are right over in the front of Mount Rushmore. It's going to be a spectacular lineup tonight. This is such a wonderful experience to be here at Mount Rushmore, kicking off the Independence Day celebrations for 4th of July weekend, celebrating 250 years of our great nation. And what a better way to do it than here on the eve of 4th of July at Mount Rushmore. This is going to be the first, this is going to be the, oh, nice, fireworks. Look at that shirt. Love it, beautiful, sparkly. Love to see it. So this is going to be our first spectacular fireworks display here at Mount Rushmore in 6 years. The last time that we did this and we had the fireworks display was when President Trump was here for Independence Day 2020. That was during the COVID era. That was during the George Floyd protests. That was a crazy time to witness in history. We can't forget what the government did to us with their overarching tyranny and unconstitutional mandates. We can never forget that. But I'm absolutely ecstatic that that is all behind us now. And we are here celebrating liberty, freedom, and the pursuit of happiness here in South Dakota, getting ready for the spectacular show in front of the Mount Rushmore Monument that was beautifully constructed by a father-son duo brought to life back in the day. And unfortunately, the father who started this sculpture passed away before his vision came to life, and his son Lincoln took over and completed the monument. And we also have a display of the father, good son, commemorating his efforts here. And people are walking in, they're getting ready to go sit down, they're eager to get into their seats. We have beautiful American patriotism on display here as people are getting bussed in. The security is very high, of course, because President Trump will be headlining this event before the fireworks display. Secretary Burgum will be here as well. The superintendent of Mount Rushmore will be here. She'll be speaking as well. So a star-studded political event, if you will, and also a wonderful 4th of July kickoff here. And now I want to show you some cool stuff in the information center. There's a bookstore. So if you ever make your way over to Mount Rushmore, there's plenty of souvenirs to be purchased. Hey ladies, thanks for letting us stop in today. So here are some collectible coins from Mount Rushmore. You can check these out. There's magnets, there's books. Here's a gold coin with, this is the sculptor, Gutzon Borglum, and Mount Rushmore on the back. I would probably get this one. Beautiful gold coin to commemorate Mount Rushmore. As you walk around, there's all kinds of other American-themed puzzles, hats, bald eagles, of course. What's more American than this? A bald eagle stuffed animal. National Parks books, ranger hats, ranger dolls for the kids. George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Teddy Roosevelt books on display. Some Native American books as well. We're in South Dakota, so an ode to the history of the land we're in right now. Mount Rushmore Q&A. The carving of Mount Rushmore. This is interesting. Over 400 workers were hired in the process of carving Mount Rushmore, so it wasn't just the father-son duo. There's tons of people behind making this a reality. So that's what that book is. Pretty cool. If you're a history buff, you're going to want to come on down and check this out. and these are important. Books of the Constitution. You can come get a Constitution here in the bookstore at Mount Rushmore. Declaration of Independence. Short biographies of its signers. The Bill of Rights. We got to thank God every day for the Constitution and the Bill of Rights protecting us in the United States. The American flag. Handbook of Etiquette. If you have an American flag, it's important. So pretty cool stuff here in the bookstore. Lots of things to see. And if you are visiting and you want to get a postcard to sign and send back home, there's a variety of different postcards you can check out and send to your friends and family who weren't able to make it. Thanks for letting us stop in. So people are getting ready for this event. Everyone's been bussed in through this high security perimeter. Secret Service has made sure that this is a very safe event. They've closed down a lot of roads around the area, around Keystone, South Dakota, to make sure that this is going to be a safe and secure event. So the logistics on the way in are not exactly a walk in the park, but it's definitely needed, definitely necessary. We want to make sure we're safe here at Mount Rushmore for this beautiful event that is going to be starting in a couple hours, and President Trump will be headlining before the spectacular fireworks show. I see some great American patriots that look like they want to talk with us. So let's see what they have to say. Hello. Hi there. Who can miss this cuteness? Good. How's it going? What's your name and where are you from?
Joe Tate. I'm from Wyoming.
Wyoming.
And this is John Tate, and he's also from Wyoming.
Perfect.
We're kin to Karen Bud Fallon, the Deputy Director of the Interior.
That's incredible. So what does it mean to you to be here to celebrate at Mount Rushmore, kicking off this 4th of July weekend?
To get to be in the same state as Trump is truly amazing. I mean, he is by far greatest president since Reagan. I hope I get the opportunity to tell him. I really do. It's pretty special.
Well, President Trump watches our broadcast, so he just might see this interview right now. So that's good news for you and good news for me too, huh? Love that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And have you ever been to Mount Rushmore before? Have you ever been?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I've been here several times. We're actually building a power plant up here in Rapid City.
Oh, perfect.
So I've been working on that since last year, so I've been up here for a year.
Thank you for that. And if there was a way to vote for if you want President Trump on Mount Rushmore, what would you do and what would you say?
I think he's definitely should have a spot up there. He is one of my favorite. Yeah, he should. I think they should have a vote. That's interesting. I didn't know they were talking about that.
Maybe we could put that on the ballot for for midterms.
I agree. I would love to see him there. I think he's done more for us than anybody in my lifetime. So I'm pretty
well said. Absolutely well said. Any last words for the RSBN viewers?
Love you, Trump. Glad you came to our state to celebrate the 4th. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much and have fun today.
Thank you, ma'am.
Gotta love it. People have come from all over the country to visit here at Mount Rushmore. People are so excited. They have their 4th of July gear on, red, white, and blue, stars and stripes. And the patriotism is just radiating through this event. They're rushing on over to their seats, but we'll see if we can get anyone to stop. And you know what? I bet the gift shop is open too, so we can make our way over there as well. Hello. How's it going? Good. Where are you from and what's your name?
Idaho, Boise, Idaho, Jana Wackley.
Wonderful.
Yes.
And what does it mean to you that you get to be at this event today?
It is historic. It is wonderful. I'm happy to see Mount Rushmore. I was just in Medora, and to be here with the president means the world to me. It does. I support him 100%. So
beautiful. I love that.
Thank you. Thank you.
And did you enter the ticket lottery?
I did. 2 days before it was over. I didn't even know about it. I was just searching online to come to Mount Rushmore, and it said enter it. I mean, it's like, okay. I thought it was because it's so busy now. You had to have tickets to get in. Anyway.
Wow. And what was the moment like when you discovered you won the ticket lottery to come to this?
It was wonderful. It was like, yay, we have this, we got the lottery, we're doing it, So anyway, it was
congratulations. We're so
you.
happy you're here, and enjoy your time.
Thank you so much. We are so happy to be here. Thank you.
Beautiful. 4th of July kickoff weekend here at Mount Rushmore. I can only imagine how excited people were to get that email or get the call that they won the ticket lottery to come see this. And it is just a blessing to be here. We're super excited. There's going to be a spectacular show tonight with live music, a light show, of course, fireworks, multiple politicians speaking. The governor will be here, Governor of South Dakota. And it is a beautiful, family-friendly event here tonight, and it's going to be a patriotic display of American greatness. And you're not going to want to miss a single minute of it. The security line seems to be moving a little slow. However, I want to make our way over to the gift shop and show you guys what's in there, because the bookstore was just a sneak preview of the souvenirs that you can get here at Mount Rushmore. I thought that gold coin was just stunning. Of course, they had the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, a book on etiquette of the American flag, and all kinds of other stuff. There was puzzles, hats, stuffed animals for the kids, and all kinds of stuff. But as we make our way into the gift shop, there's even more. There's socks, there's coffee mugs, t-shirts, hats, hoodies, you name it, they have it. What a beautiful national park we have here at Mount Rushmore. So long after Mount Rushmore was first sculpted, in 1998, this whole court was created and built, and it has been absolutely pristinely kept, not a chip in sight. I was looking at all the stonework. It's so beautiful, precisely carved, and it's just kept so well. You could tell they power wash it a lot out here. I was running my hand over some of the stone and granite, and my fingers weren't even dusty. They keep this place so clean. I just love it. We love to see that. So here we are heading into the gift shop, where all your Mount Rushmore dreams are made of. So there's posters and hats and t-shirts celebrating specifically America's 250th. Beautiful. Tie-dye, Mount Rushmore, 250. So they always have these Mount Rushmore hats, but there's plenty of specific 250th anniversary of Mount Rushmore hats, t-shirts, hoodies on display. There's coffee mugs, magnets, keychains, patches. They have all kinds of stuff here. They have a little bit of everything. It's nice and cool in here. They have the fans going. It's air conditioned. You can even find your name on a Mount Rushmore keychain. So if you're Rita, here's your keychain right there. We got Maggie, Pam. We got everyone here. And for the kids, because this is a family-friendly event too, Mount Rushmore National Memorial t-shirts, yo-yos, park-themed teddy bears and stuffed animals. Here's the Lego wall. There's the U.S. Capitol building. Here's a Mount Rushmore Lego display. You can make your own Mount Rushmore in Legos. Little tiny pieces. So make sure you have your tweezers ready. There's a woolly mammoth. There's individual presidents as well. There's Abraham Lincoln, Theodore Roosevelt, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. puzzles if you like to puzzle. When I was at the Great American State Fair, that was a popular one. That was a popular item, all the puzzles. Over 1,000 pieces in the puzzles. Here's a smaller one with the reference poster. We have America 250 banners up here, a sock display. These are fun. This is probably what I would get. Abraham Lincoln socks, Teddy Roosevelt socks, who just opened his presidential library on July 1st in North Dakota. Thomas Jefferson, George Washington. We got all the presidents. How fun is this? You could wear those on 4th of July or any time of the year because we love America 365 days a year. There's koozies, there's hats, flag stands. Paperweights. Here's the flag stands down here. No, that's a candle. Candles, paperweights, mini statues, Legos. They have it all here in the Mount Rushmore gift shop. Bells. If you like to sew, you can use some of these while you're sewing. South Dakota. They have a little bit of everything here. Whatever interests you, they have it. There's America 250 pretzels, red, white, and blue sprinkled pretzels, mints, jewelry. These are beautiful. Paintings commemorating this beautiful national park, Mount Rushmore Monument, the bald eagle with the American flag. And if you want to keep the Mount Rushmore theme going all year long into my favorite holiday, Christmas, of course, they have Mount Rushmore Christmas ornaments. Isn't that beautiful? With the pine cones around. Christmas time, with the snowman. Love it. Oh, this is nice. You can get a blanket, a throw blanket, Mount Rushmore blanket. They have a little bit of everything here. You can press a souvenir coin, put a penny in, or a quarter, 3 quarters and a penny, and you could turn your coins into these smashed souvenir coins for Mount Rushmore. So this is open now that the doors have opened and guests have been on their way in. They're able to come in and get some Freedom 250 Mount Rushmore swag. Behind me now is the ice cream shop and the cafe, as well as the overflow section. So there's additional seating out here with another screen and speakers. So as people are filing in, they'll probably be sitting over there. But then as that fills up, as you walk through the flag display and Mount Rushmore up in the background, that would more so be the main area. But if and when that fills up, people will be sitting in the overflow section over here. Okay. It is an absolutely beautiful day here at Mount Rushmore. We're here celebrating America's 250th anniversary, kicking off Independence Day weekend here at Mount Rushmore in South Dakota. And I have a word from one of our supporters. America was built by people who know how to get things done. That's exactly what we do at GMP. As the leading turnkey provider of material handling and industrial real estate solutions, we help businesses solve complex facility challenges. From new distribution centers and warehouse expansions to equipment removals and complete building transitions. Property owners, tenants, and industrial real estate professionals trust GMP to save time, reduce costs, and create value through practical, results-driven solutions. Our experienced team handles every stage of the process, delivering a streamlined approach that keeps projects moving and minimizes disruption. We take pride in helping American businesses grow, adapt, and succeed. GMP, helping keep American commerce moving forward. Visit gmpconstruction.com to learn more. That's G&P construction.com to learn more. And if Trump was on the ballot, we know who that guy would be voting for. So behind me is some of the president impersonators who are going to be performing a beautiful spectacle of a patriotic display. They're going to have a performance tonight. So we have Honest Abe over here, taking a seat, taking a load off, sitting down for a moment. Hello. Good, how are you?
Exceedingly well, ma'am. How does this day find you?
This day finds us beautiful. I'm feeling patriotic, and I'm excited for tonight.
As am I. I join you in that excitement. This is
Hand in hand, we proudly stand, marching all across the land. Raise them high, hear the people unify.
CNN has learned there is growing concern in the White House about President Trump's 4th of July speech and how many people will attend. The insanely hot temperatures in D.C. is one issue for sure, but there are also new videos showing some sparse crowds showing up for the Great American State Fair set up on the National Mall, which is also sparking concern. I want to play for you what the president said yesterday about his upcoming speech.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything. It's going to be 107.
CNN's Adam Cankren has much more reporting on this. What are you learning about all this?
Yeah, well, the president's right. It's certainly going to be hot, and that's just one of the challenges that we may see over the weekend, that we have seen over the past week and a half of this celebration across D.C. This was supposed to be really a marquee moment for President Trump, something he talked about since even before he was elected. He gets to preside over America's 250th birthday, all of these celebrations both here in D.C. and around the country. And instead, we've seen it just kind of become the latest series of challenges for this administration. So take the Great American State Fair as an example. We've seen this on the Mall over the last week. And when CNN's been down there, the crowds have been pretty sparse, owing to a few different reasons. One, the temperatures, it's just hot out there. Secondly, there's not enough, really a ton of shade. You can't bring chairs into the State Fair. You can't bring bottled water or food. And the programming has been kind of inconsistent. The state booths we've gone to, some have been great. You know, Arizona, as an example, has been really built out, attracted a lot of people. Others have been pretty lackluster. One of the complications that we saw this past yesterday was that the air conditioning in some of them broke. And when it's this hot out, that's not something that people are going to be able to go to and enjoy. Now, the one thing that is really kind of creating some issues and concerns in the White House is this upcoming speech on July 4th for the president. If you remember, about a week ago, he gave another speech on the Mall. The crowd was not huge. And when the president saw an aerial photo of it, sources told CNN that he became infuriated, that he was very upset about the size of the crowd. And that has fed this kind of angst that has come into July 4th weekend, that again, the crowd for his really big July 4th 250 speech is going to be underwhelming, owing to both the temperatures and also the late hour of the speech. We're expecting a full day of events leading up to Trump's speech and then fireworks afterward that could be pushing midnight. One White House official told CNN, quote, "I do not understand why we're doing this so late. I'm not really sure who thought that this was a good idea." Now, as for Trump, he has insisted that he's unbothered by all of this. You heard that soundbite. He said, quote, "Just to show I can do anything, I'm going to go really long. We'll see how this all plays out on Saturday."
More than 180 million people are under a level 3 or a 4 heat risk, according to the National Weather Service. Over the next few days, temperatures could climb into the mid-90s to low 100s, with humidity pushing feels like temperatures as high as 110 degrees. CNN's Tom Foreman is on the National Mall, where thousands are expected to gather this weekend for the 4th of July. Tom, this could be the hottest Independence Day the nation's capital has ever recorded. How are D.C. officials preparing?
Well, with two different messages. For one thing, local officials in particular are pointing out that this is an extreme heat warning, and they're telling people, you got to get water, you got to be unshade, at least air conditioning if you can. You can't expose yourself to this very long. And they're pointing in some ways like to the visitors here at the Great American State Fair events here, because a lot of these people are out in the sun, and it's only going to get hotter. In fact, some of the exhibits today, they've had intermittent power problems. They lost their air conditioning today, so much that the workers there simply left their stations and said, fend for yourself, tourists, as best you can. Different message from the administration, though. They've been very troubled by the anemic showing of people here, not that many people. They've been troubled by the embarrassment of what's happened with the reflecting pool down the way, and they really want to have a lot more people out, especially for the 4th. But a big challenge there, too. Security is going to be at the level of an inaugural event, which means more roads closed, more blockages for pedestrians, more waits. And by the way, Jake, the fireworks are not expected to go until maybe 11 o'clock at night. That's more time waiting in the heat.
America is gearing up, as you know, to celebrate its 250th birthday. Seen here, President Trump's Great American State Fair on the National Mall ahead of the July 4th holiday. It's just one of several events the president has planned to mark America's big anniversary. And as Jeff Zeleny reports, Trump is making sure that he remains at the center of celebrations.
He flew on his new plane. And for the first time as president, he rode on a train. Donald Trump is making a splash heading into Independence Day, a celebration of America's 250th anniversary, and himself.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything.
He visited the Badlands of North Dakota today, his motorcade escorted by Rough Riders on horseback. He toured the new Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library, seeing tributes to the 26th president and offering himself one.
It's a part of the country that I love, and I think they love me because I have the all-time record in presidential voting.
This year-long grand celebration of America has often felt like more of a presidential vanity project, placing the Trump imprint far beyond the normal trappings of the office. While the president has long wrapped himself in the flag, quite literally during this memorable moment at a conservative gathering in his first term, America 250 has taken things to a new Trumpian high. He commandeered planning for the celebrations, bypassing the bipartisan America 250 organization enacted by Congress a decade ago, in favor of Freedom 250, a separate group he and his allies control. His renovation projects have spouted up across Washington, and his face now adorns many government buildings. At this moment of American history, Trump is placing himself at the center of it all, to the delight of his admirers like Tiffany Bullgreen, who came from Fargo to see him today.
Best president in the world of our time, and what he's stood up for and what he's done for this country and what he's been up against, I mean, the man is incredible.
From a UFC fight on the South Lawn of the White House to a visit Friday to Mount Rushmore, reprising a stop he made in 2020.
There could be no better place to celebrate America's independence.
Trump's handling of the semi-quincentennial is a far cry from the nation's bicentennial in 1976, when President Gerald Ford took pains to remove partisan politics from an American celebration. In his autobiography, A Time to Heal, Ford wrote, "Rarely in the history of the world had so many people turned out so spontaneously to express the love they felt for their country." Trump has taken the opposite approach, making himself the star of the show. Yet as the weekend finale approaches, the modest attendance at the Great American State Fair is sparking anxiety inside the White House.
Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up.
The president's words offered a telling window into one of his biggest fears: a small crowd.
Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say he didn't fill out the arena.
Jeff Zeleny, CNN, Medora, North Dakota.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to introduce the 2026 Liberty Medal recipient, His Holiness, Pope Leo XIV.
Thank you very much. Dear friends, I am honored to accept the Liberty Medal of the National Constitution Center in this year that marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America with the signing of the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 1776. On the eve of this momentous occasion, I offer a warm greeting to all those assembled at the National Constitution Center in Philadelphia. As a son of this great country, founded by courageous men and women who dreamed of liberty and of a better life for themselves and for their children, I join you in asking God's blessings upon America's future, that the lofty ideals enshrined at the beginning of the Declaration of Independence may continue to guide the flourishing of the nation in unity, justice, and peace. From our youth, most of us have admired the eloquence of those words, with their resounding appeal to the law of nature and to nature's God as the basis of their assertion that all men and women are created equal and endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, including the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. While couched in the language of the Enlightenment, that claim is ultimately grounded in an understanding of the human person, inspired by the great biblical vision of man and woman being created in the divine image. It is indeed here that we discover the basis of human dignity, dignity which precedes the establishment of any state and whose custody constitutes its very purpose. In these past 250 years, for so many peoples throughout the world, it was the firm resolve to achieve the noble vision of the nation's founders that made America a byword for freedom, as the country opened its doors to successive waves of immigrants, enabling them and their children to play their part in shaping the future of the nation. It was this same love of freedom that inspired the United States in the darkest hours of the last century, at the time of the 2 world wars, to look beyond itself and at great sacrifice to champion the cause of freedom beyond its own borders. As every American knows, however, the path to building a society that would embody those high ideals of liberty and justice for all is not always easy, and in many respects is still a work in progress. Indeed, the effort to realize this vision is one that must be taken up anew in each generation and in the face of ever new challenges. Today, as we look to the future, this historic anniversary presents us with the opportunity to reflect once again on the nation's founding principles in the hope that America will remain ever true to the dream that has earned it the title of Land of the Free and Home of the Brave. First right enshrined by the nation's founders was the right to life. For no one who is deprived of life can enjoy liberty or pursue happiness. A country's vitality is deeply tied to the value it affords to human life in every form and condition, acknowledging the dignity endowed upon every human person by virtue of their very existence. The inherent worth of every human life has led the noble hearts of generations to praise the marvelous works of the Creator and stand in reverence before so precious a gift. Indeed, it is precisely this reverence that we must continue to cultivate, one that sways the hearts of individuals and inspires laws that recognize and safeguard the gift from the moment of conception to natural death. Reverence, too, will aid us in discovering that we are guardians and stewards of those entrusted to our care. In this regard, the moral greatness of a nation is manifested, above all, in its capacity to support, protect, and cherish the lives of all, especially the most vulnerable and those whose worth is questioned. Following the right to life, liberty was and is preeminent among the principles revered by the men and women who have sought within this nation's borders a new beginning, often equating it with previously undreamed of hope. Though frequently understood as the ability to act as one would like, authentic freedom runs much deeper. It is founded upon the human person's capacity to know the truth and adhere to what is good, even at great cost. A sacrifice well known to many who have labored to shape this country. The desire for truth and freedom, as well as the very pursuit of happiness, continues to inspire people of all generations to ask fundamental questions regarding the meaning of life, our ultimate purpose, and indeed about God. And it is proper for magnanimous hearts to endeavor to answer these questions with sincerity. These answers inevitably determine the direction which we seek to give to our lives. And America has long championed the religious freedom necessary to follow responsibly the dictates of conscience in this regard, free from fear and coercion, as enshrined in the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. It is this freedom that holds sacred the inner sphere of the person, where convictions are formed and where conscience can guide the decisions made in the intimacy of the human heart. This same freedom also ensures the right of every person to worship according to one's own belief, and of individuals, communities, and associations to give public expression to their faith. In fact, religious freedom gave rise to the American tradition of allowing for interfaith dialogue and interreligious cooperation in promoting the public good and enriching the debates on the great moral and ethical issues that have faced the nation and shaped the course of its history. It is my hope that this tradition will continue to bear fruit in a public discourse marked by moderation, respect for the views of others, and an ongoing effort to find common ground in promoting the cause of peace and reconciliation at home and abroad. The forebearers of this country, men and women of diverse backgrounds, religions, and languages, were able to find that common ground and the strength necessary to pursue a better future. The principles that inspired America's founders, rooted as they are in the truth of the human person, brought them together in a single cause, a common dream. Unity lent strength to that dream, giving rise under God to the United States of America. E pluribus unum, out of many, one. In order for a nation to flourish, it must be truly united. United not by goals bound to momentary endeavors, but by ideals that do not fade with the passing of time. May the principles we have reflected upon today, a shared human dignity, equality, and the rights laid out in the Declaration of Independence, ever be a source of such unity and a guiding light for the present moment and for the years to come. In accepting this award, I therefore pray that this, the 250th anniversary of the founding of this great nation, may be the occasion of a solemn recommitment to these ideals that have made America a country that values peace and prosperity, a country characterized by generosity and nobility of heart. I commend all of you, as well as the future of the nation, to the one who is himself the source of true freedom and lasting peace, the one whose very name is peace. May God bless America. Thank you.
Support journalism you trust. Support PBS News. Donate now, or even better, start a monthly contribution today.
It is Wednesday, July the 1st, 125 days until the midterm elections. A short time ago, Donald Trump arrived back in Washington, D.C. after a quick visit to North Dakota. He was in North Dakota to participate in a dedication ceremony for the new Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. It was a completely unremarkable trip that would have otherwise been a footnote in his presidential career if it weren't for this big, beautiful airplane that he used for the first time today. Air Force One has been a symbol of American might and power for more than 7 decades. When that plane landed, it represented the dignity and might of the entire United States of America. But today it means something else. Today, Air Force One is a symbol of corruption. This is the new Air Force One. It's still a Boeing 747, one of the most beautiful aircraft ever built. It's painted different colors than the baby blue and white color scheme that was introduced during the Kennedy administration. But none of that is what makes this plane different from all the other planes before it. This plane is a gift, or maybe it's a grift, or a bribe. It's something not normal because the American government didn't buy it. This $400 million luxury jet was gifted to Trump by the Emir of Qatar last year, a plane we can see and touch. But there's a kind of grift in the air that's a little trickier to understand, and it involves cryptocurrency and meme coins. So let me tell you about how profitable this presidency has been so far for Donald Trump. In 2024, before he began his second term, his businesses pulled in at least $622 million. A lot of money by any standard. But it pales in comparison to the more than $2.2 billion in total revenue that he reported that he took in last year, 2025, after returning to the White House. We know this now because of the mandatory financial disclosure report that Trump is obligated to file, which was just publicly released. Trump told reporters this morning that he never speaks to the people who run his money and that the White House insists, quote, neither the president nor his family has ever engaged nor will ever engage in conflicts of interest, end quote. Sit on that for a minute. And when asked about his income today, Donald Trump said he made his money just like how everyone else makes their money.
You know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting. If you have a 401k, how's your 401k done? It's about up 85%. Thank you, President Trump. So we're all profiting. I'm profiting because I have a lot of money and a lot of cash, and I give it to institutions. I don't know if they know what they're doing or not, but they buy a vast array of things.
That is simply not true. The implication that he has grown his income several-fold in 1 year because of the stock market is nonsense. He's making money because of the presidency, the most lucrative presidency in history. So let me tell you all of the ways that Donald Trump has profited since returning to office. And it falls into a few broad categories. The first is that he is simply making money off of the presidency, actual money that's being paid not as a salary, but because of his power. $1.4 billion of the total $2.2 billion in revenue last year came from his family's cryptocurrency ventures. This is not a traditional way that people make money, but it is real money that's going straight into his bank account. People who, like Trump, make bad decisions to buy things like stable coins, like that have no intrinsic value, and in doing so, Donald Trump makes money, coming and going, by the way, when he buys it and when he sells it. All right, here's another category that extends to Trump's family and other businesses. Don Jr., these are kids, by the way, Don Jr., Eric, Jared Kushner, they don't have to make the same kind of financial disclosures that the president does, but let me tell you what they're up to. For example, the New York Times reports that Don Jr. and Eric partially own a firm with a stake in a corporate entity that's related to a $1.6 billion mining project in Kazakhstan. It's a deal that was hammered out by the Trump administration and from which they stand to profit. Meanwhile, Jared continues to raise money for his private equity firm from Middle Eastern governments. At the same time, he's trying to negotiate peace deals involving some of those same countries, and he doesn't even hold an official position in the American government. There's also Steve Witkoff, Trump's special envoy to sort of everything, but the Middle East in particular. Witkoff's sons co-founded one of the Trump family's cryptocurrency companies. It's called World Liberty Financial. It's generated hundreds of millions of dollars and is among its biggest stakeholders is the government of the United Arab Emirates. Steve Witkoff had a stake in it, but he's since taken steps to divest from World Liberty Financial. And one of the Witkoff sons said last October that their firm is 100% not a political organization, end quote, whatever that means. Okay, the third category, I don't know, let's call it gifts to the president. This is the new Air Force One that I mentioned at the top. Foreign governments gifting the president things in exchange for, I don't know. The transactional nature of this presidency is no secret. Here's what Trump said last year when the South African president, Cyril Ramaphosa, joked about giving Trump a plane.
I'm sorry, I don't have a plane to give you.
I wish you did. I take it. I would take it. If your country offered the United States Air Force a plane, I would take it.
So now we're in this world where if you want something from America, you give the president a gift, preferably a plane, but any gift, really. And then the fourth category, and maybe this is the most worrisome, is the pay-to-play, an oligarchy-style kleptocracy. For example, think of corporate donors that gave money to one of Trump's pet projects, the White House ballroom. More than half of them have since received new or upwardly revised government contracts, according to the watchdog group Public Citizen. Federal investigations into some donors have also been dropped. For others, regulatory hurdles have been removed. None of those money-making ventures were the result of the stock market doing well. Donald Trump made money in ways that you simply cannot. Joining me now is V. Spear, journalist and creator of the podcast Under the Desk News, and Aaron Parnas, journalist, author, and creator of The Parnas Perspective on Substack. Welcome to both of you. Great to see you both. V, I think it's really important to figure out, we're talking about primaries, we're talking about the midterms, but how this is all going to play. This is, whatever you want to call it, Donald Trump simply lying by saying he's just making money because the economy's strong and the stock market is up. I just showed all these different ways that he's making money that neither you nor Aaron nor me can make.
And there's one more category that we can add to this, and this is the religious right that is also funding him heavily. There's this thing called prosperity gospel, right? The religious belief that financial success and physical health are the direct rewards of a believer's faith, positive thinking, generous donations to religious causes. He operates on a form of prosperity politics, where he can get his believers into a state of religious psychosis that tells them that Donald Trump's financial success, physical health are direct rewards from God. Paying tithes to Donald Trump in the form of buying his crypto or buying his mobile phone or buying the newest hat or T-shirt that he puts out is worth it. They have erected golden idols to him several times. We have seen pastors like his spiritual advisor directly relate him to Jesus Christ, saying that they both have suffered crucifixions. There is a whole other side of this that is excusing the money that he makes because they believe that he is a prophet of God. He's been called the new Moses by some of his religious right followers. And this prosperity politics, this prosperity gospel that he's benefiting from is also helping to hide a myriad of his sins.
And I'd say, Aaron, I don't know. I think Americans are generally capitalists. I don't know that they mind the fact that people can get rich. It's a little weird these days how rich some people are getting. But we have a remarkably uneven economy. While all of this grifting is going on, Americans are having trouble filling up their tanks. They're having trouble affording their food. They're dealing with this war that nobody asked for that are costing them more. So it's not just that this is going on. It's that this is going on in the face of an America that actually needs the attention of their president for their own daily lives.
Well, I think nothing says that more than the fact that when the economy, according to him, is performing well, that means the stock market is performing well. And yet at the same time, most Americans can't afford to invest in the stock market. He talks about the 401k. Most Americans don't have a 401k. He talks about the Dow Jones hitting 50,000. That doesn't actually matter to a lot of Americans who can't invest. And so you actually don't have an economy that works for most Americans. You have an economy that works for the rich, the powerful, the top 1%. But the rest of us, I mean, if you can't invest in the economy, are you really, really benefiting from this administration? And the answer right now is no. You can't afford gas at the gas station. You can't afford groceries at the grocery store. And if the president is all he's focused on is the stock market at the end of the day, I don't know that that's a message that's going to resonate with a lot of everyday Americans.
There is a bill, a bipartisan bill that's gone to the president's desk to, in theory, deal with the cost of housing, which is existential for a lot of Americans. The president calls that a yawn. He calls that boring. He mocked affordability some time ago. Meanwhile, he's still trying to get his voter suppression act done, and the Republicans are still struggling with trans sports.
They are struggling with the trans sports, and they're writing legislation that is hurting their children more. The most recent piece of legislation that just got sort of decided between the Supreme Courts was this idea that states are allowed now to discriminate against trans kids who want to play in girls' sports. Now, that's going to affect maybe 12 or 15 kids who are trans across the nation that want to play girls' sports. It's going to affect millions of little girls who play sports, because one of the things that the GOP similarly refuses to agree with Democrats on is if there's going to be a ban on trans sports, then there ought to be a ban on genital exams, because who gets to decide who's trans? Can I just be at a game and watching a girl excel and go, well, she's playing too good, she must be trans, let's check her out? And in 23 states, GOP has voted no, we don't want to ban genital exams. We want that to be on the table for us going forward. So I just think we've reached a place of madness, Ali. Like, this is a crazy madness where the escalated investment in Trump's priorities, things like trans sports bans, while he's not prioritizing housing, have made us just absolutely lose our minds and lose focus on what is reality, what is humanity, and what are we even doing?
So these obsessions with whether it's trans sports or non-citizens voting or birthright citizenship, Aaron, these are all solutions in search of a problem. That these are not things. I mean, it's pretty obvious. You only have to read a pamphlet to understand what Americans are suffering right now and figure out solutions. And there's some people, including some of these Democratic socialists who have won primaries, who are saying, I'm going to be purpose-driven to solve your actual problems. I don't understand what Donald Trump thinks he's getting out of all these ventures away from problems that people need solved.
Well, I think Donald Trump is more insulated than ever before. We've seen reporting time and time again that he only listens to his closest advisors. He only listens to Republican pollsters. He only watches Fox News. He only scrolls Truth Social. And when you're only getting that content, he is the greatest president who has ever lived. No one's better than him, right? That's all he hears every day. That's all he sees every day. And so until someone comes to him and says, hey, Mr. President, you're actually down in the polls, some of the lowest poll numbers in American history for a president in a second term. Your economic numbers are even worse than they were at the end of your first term during a nationwide pandemic. And so until that happens, I don't think he's going to change. I mean, there are some easy fixes, right? right? He could have ended the war in Iran or just not started the war in Iran. And I will say one thing, Ali, that is very interesting to me this week. On Monday, the president declared a food supply emergency and lifted all tariffs and levies on phosphate fertilizer coming in from Morocco because the United States simply can't produce enough of it on our own. That to me tells me he's realizing that there is a major problem and, well, he needs to fix it quick before it becomes a nationwide issue.
V, talk to me about...
But do you remember last year when Trump announced his massive across-the-board tariffs? He had a big old cardboard chart to show it, very modern of him. He called it Liberation Day. It actually led to a stock market crash. Now, that Liberation Day announcement was on April 2nd of last year. And Trump's financial disclosures show that he made 327 stock purchases 6 days later, on April 8th, while the stock market was down. We literally, again, haven't had enough time to go through all of those purchases yet. But these trades vary in size from the $1 to $15,000 range all the way up to the $100,000 to $250,000 range. It's a ton of stock. So he makes those purchases on April 8th. The next morning, just after the market opened, he told his followers on Truth Social, quote, "This is a great time to buy," in all caps, obviously. Now, hours later, he paused his tariffs and the stock market had a historic rally. So historic, in fact, it represented the biggest single-day gain in the history of the Bloomberg Billionaires Index. To put it simply, it appears an official act by Trump cratered the stock market. Trump then bought the dip and then used another official act to bring the price of the market back up. Now, Trump, of course, insists that all his stock transactions are handled by his 2 adult sons without his involvement or knowledge of the individual trades carried out on his behalf. And when asked about the timing of these specific trades, the White House told us tonight that, quote, "President Trump only acts in the best interest of the American public, saying there are no conflicts of interest." Okay. The White House also directed us to the Trump Organization. We've reached out to them, but have not yet heard back. Now, I should note that last year, Trump was trading lots of stock all the time. But the timing here is suspicious, to say the least. And it's not a one-off. I mean, as the New York Times reported, on July 23rd of last year, Trump purchased somewhere between $1 to $5 million of stock from each of the following companies: Broadcom, Meta, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft, and NVIDIA. All companies focused on profits from AI markets. That same day, the Trump administration unveiled its Artificial Intelligence Action Plan, in which the White House expressed a desire to deregulate the industry. So Trump stood to profit from the policy he himself created. And sure enough, according to the Times, prices for 4 of the 6 stocks have since increased, with Apple and Broadcom surging more than 30%. And so today, while Trump was getting on the inaugural flight of the new $400 million Air Force One jet that he received as a gift again from the Qatari government, reporters asked him, of course they did, about all of the money his financial disclosures show he has made since he retook office. And here was what he had to say.
To critics who say you're profiting off the presidency, Mr.
Well, you know why I'm profiting? Because the stock market's going up. Everybody's profiting.
Is that it? Is the stock market going up the only reason you made so much money? Certainly doesn't seem like it. Now, whether or not you believe that all of Trump's incredibly well-timed stock trades last year were just coincidence, they're actually just the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the money Trump made last year. Because of the more than $2 billion Trump reported having made last year, more than half of that was from various cryptocurrency ventures. About $636 million of that came from Trump's meme coin, the cryptocurrency he launched just a few days before his inauguration. Now, another $799 million came from the Trump family cryptocurrency company, World Liberty Financial. Now, is everybody profiting on that front? Not exactly. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Last month, Reuters crunched the numbers, and they found that across Trump's various cryptocurrency ventures, the Trump family overall appears to have made $2.3 billion. Well, and here's the key part, other investors appear to have lost $2.3 billion. That's as of April of this year. And while the Trump family and Trump's meme coin company did not respond to a Reuters request for comment, the Trump family cryptocurrency company World Liberty Financial did, saying just that it does not validate third-party methodologies for valuing governance tokens or estimating aggregate investor positions, which is a hell of a way of saying no comment. Now think about that for a second. The bulk of Trump's windfall last year came from cryptocurrency, which, at least according to the math done by Reuters, appears to have cost investors as much in losses as the Trump family has made in gains. That is quite the business model. And as bad as it is on its face, and it's quite bad, where Trump's crypto profits get truly sketchy is where they intersect with his role as president. Earlier this year, the New York Times reported that just days before Trump's inauguration, an investment firm tied to the UAE bought a 49% stake in the Trump family cryptocurrency company for $500 million. And the Times reported that Trump's adult son, Eric, signed the agreement. Can we just get a shot back of Trump on the tarmac this morning, up again, just up on the screen? Just want to show you something. Now, if you look over Trump's shoulder there, you can see Eric, Trump. There he is this morning, the person who is the supposed firewall between Trump, the business, and Trump, the president. There he is this morning, getting ready to fly on Air Force One with his dad. He even had a seat reserved for him. How nice. There it is with his little card. I should note that Eric maintains that he has nothing to do with any of his father's official acts as president and that there are no conflicts of interest. They all say that. Now, a few months after the firm tied to the UAE reportedly bought a 49% stake in the Trump family cryptocurrency company, in May, the company announced that an Emirati sheikh was depositing $2 billion into the Trump family cryptocurrency. 2 weeks after that announcement, the White House agreed to let the UAE access hundreds of thousands of the world's most advanced and scarce computer chips, despite national security concerns for doing so. Now, representatives from the White House and the Trump family cryptocurrency both deny any connection between the computer chip deal and the $2 billion deal. They also both deny any connection between the computer chip deal and the $500 million purchase of 49% of the company. As the White House counsel told the Times, quote, President Trump performs his constitutional duties in an ethically sound manner, and to suggest otherwise is either ill-informed or malicious. I will let you make of that particular comment whatever you will. But the bottom line is this. Trump made at least $2 billion last year. He wants you to think that that is just because he is a great businessman, because he is guiding the country so well that everyone is simply getting rich. And if you believe that, I've got a $400 million plane to sell you.
And there's this little thing in the Constitution called the Emoluments Clause. And I want to read so people understand from a civic perspective what our Constitution does not permit, okay? There's a clause in Article 2, Section 1, Clause 7, that deals specifically with domestic emoluments. And it's called the Presidential Emoluments Clause because it ensures that the president receives a fixed salary and bars any additional emoluments from the federal government or the states during the term of office. This protects the president from undue pressure or influence from Congress or individual states. You see the words, the president shall, as stated, receive that money, right? The Foreign Emoluments Clause, which is in Article 1, Section 9, Clause 8, states that the president prohibits any federal office holder from accepting any present, emolument, office, or title from a foreign state or its rulers without the consent of Congress. Its purpose, folks, is there to prevent corruption and limit foreign influence on U.S. officials, reflecting the framers' concern about gift-giving practices common in Europe at the time. Well, it seems that ish is common today.
Very common. Look, I don't want people to gloss over what Michael is saying and the folks at home listening, because the reality is, as we barrel toward our semi-quincentennial celebration, I will be saying it until July 4th. The framers, they had literally just fought a revolution against a monarchy where the people within the monarchy regularly profited from the government. They did not want that, so it was intentional. And so the comments that you're hearing from not just Democrats but Republicans like Michael Steele, folks all across the country about what the president is doing, not just that it's corrupt, but it is literally against the Constitution and the law. That's not a Democratic talking point. That is a very old, I thought, a fundamental value, Luke, that we all held as Americans. My last point on this one is that Donald Trump is doing all of this. Meanwhile, Americans are being squeezed. And so they're seeing these headlines about billions of dollars in crypto, $400 million jet from the Qataris, which is that even a national, is that even safe? That's another question I had. All of this money that Donald Trump and his family are making. Meanwhile, they can't afford groceries at the grocery store. I was at the grocery store today, and I was like, well, what the hell is going on here? It's expensive.
It's very expensive, and I think it speaks to the disconnect this administration has with everyday working Americans, but also just how unseemly this is. This is unprecedented in American history, this level of corruption and this level of grift. I saw a story recently where Gerald Ford's son talked about how they went into the White House, and he was a young guy, and he came into the White House, and he ordered all this food, and he gave it to all his friends, and they had a great old time. And the next morning, his dad calls him up and goes, you know we pay for that, right? You know that's not free. We saw Michelle Obama in Chicago tell a story about how she would go through the itemized grocery list about what her kids were eating and just make sure that they had not spent too much money because, A, they had to be in charge of that budget, but also wanted to be mindful of what everyday Americans were going through. None of that applies here. This is an administration that is more than happy to enrich themselves, sees this second term as YOLO. You only live once. I'm going to do whatever I want to do. I control the Justice Department. I control the markets that regulate this crypto. I'm going to enrich myself. And you know what? Rules and regulations are for suckers. And that's what we're seeing right now, and it's a very scary thing. Okay, we got great guests tonight. Thank you.
I mean, tell us a little bit more about your reporting. I mean, first of all, Vaughn came straight up off of paternity leave, and he got scoops and write-ups. The reporters are reporting.
He's glowing, too. He's got the glow.
Crypto has been spending a lot of cash. They spent a lot of cash in the last presidential election. They also spent a lot to elect House members. Crypto's name was all over the White House for the UFC fight. Tell us more about this reporting.
This is the part of crypto that I think folks need to understand. Most people watching tonight are not trading crypto, are not investing in crypto. Why is Donald Trump? Why are his kids? Somebody who, he called it a scam himself a couple years ago before you realized he could make a profit off of this. They're doing crypto because, unlike the first administration, when there were conversations about the foreign emoluments clause and whether foreign countries were buying hotel rooms at the Trump Hotel here in D.C. and renting out the ballroom.
That's like rated G compared to now. Yeah.
It's kind of cute.
Yeah.
We're talking about a few $1,000s, a few $100,000s potentially. Now we're talking about $1.4 billion in one single year. And why is crypto such a big deal? Number one, there's not actually anything tangible to it. Okay, this is about potential foreign countries and foreign entities being able to put hundreds of millions of dollars to Donald Trump and his family, and crypto is secret. We don't know what is happening in the crypto market. Literally, the Department of Justice, the unit called the National Cryptocurrency Enforcement Team in the Department of Justice, Donald Trump disbanded it last year. And so the fact that this is so secret and we don't even know where this $1.4 billion is coming from, I think is of paramount concern, because with those hotel rooms being bought, the Trump Hotel, we did know which foreign countries were. This, we have no idea.
The economy added just 57,000 jobs in the month of June. That comes in at half the expected number, which was 115,000. We're going to dig deeper into those numbers in just a bit. But as we come on the air today, we're asking the question again, is this White House for sale? Why? Because there's new reporting from my MS Now colleague, Caleb Gardner, showing that President Trump's two eldest sons, Don Jr. and Eric, are linked to investments in defense firms that have drawn billions of dollars in federal funds, according to a review of public records. Spokesperson for the Trump brothers say they play no role in awarding or managing those government contracts. We also want to note that the Wall Street Journal has reported that just before Trump's inauguration, representatives for a UAE royal signed a secret deal with Trump's family to invest $500 million in its crypto venture, World Liberty Financial. Months later, the UAE secured access to crucial American-made AI chips that they did not have access to before. A White House spokesperson told the Journal that Trump only acts in the best interests of the American public and that there are no conflicts of interest. This all comes as we are learning more about Trump's massive $2 billion windfall during his first year in office. The vast majority of that money came from crypto and real estate deals. All that cash had to come from somewhere. And as the New York Times points out, while Trump made more than $1 billion in crypto, more than 750,000 crypto wallets lost money buying Trump's meme coin, which experts have said from the beginning essentially has no economic value. Yesterday, the president shrugged off criticism that he's profiting off the presidency, saying that he is not involved in his personal finance and he's only making money because the stock market is doing so well. And that criticism is even coming from the Rupert Murdoch-owned Wall Street Journal. The editorial board writes that, quote, the Trump clan is cashing in on the presidency in big and sketchy ways. I'm not paraphrasing. That is a direct quote. Now, remember, I want to hear from you. What questions do you have? It could be about Trump's massive windfall. It could be about today's jobs report. It could be about these upcoming elections. Whatever you want, scan the code on your screen. Send us your questions. We're going to try to get to them later in the program. Remember, this show works if you join us. With that, let's get smarter with the help of our lead-off panel. Kayla Gardner, the reporter I was just talking about, is here. MS Now White House correspondent. Peter Baker, chief White House correspondent for the New York Times. Dave Weigel, political reporter for Semaphore. And MS Now political analyst Kimberly Atkins-Storr. She's a columnist for the Boston Globe and writer of the Supreme Court newsletter, The Gavel. Okay, Kayla, we've got to start with your reporting on these defense contracts and the president's eldest sons. How many companies are they now connected to, and how much money are we talking about?
Yeah, so the president's two oldest sons are connected to about 10 companies. Half of these they have direct investments in, and the other half are companies that Donald Trump Jr. has exposure to through 1789 Capital, a firm that he served as a partner at. And it's very much an America First firm, company, and they align themselves with the president's movement. But I think what's really important about this story is the fact that the Defense Department has the largest budget in the world. It's $1 trillion. And the fact that the president's sons are connected to some of these companies which span drones, robotics, AI, it really undermines public confidence that this money is going to companies that are most deserving of it. And we found that 3 of these companies have seen record levels of funding under President Trump's second term, and some of them had no contracts before President Trump's second term.
Geez Louise, Peter, how do we wrap our heads around whether it's Kayla's reporting or just the massive amounts of cash flowing directly into this Oval Office?
Well, we've never seen anything like this in history. We've never seen the kind of money, the scale, the scope of the profiteering off of the Oval Office that we're seeing now. Other presidents and their families at times, of course, have had, relatively modest by comparison, conflicts of interest, right? We go back in history. We can find plenty of examples. Most recently, Hunter Biden, which, of course, the Trumps made such a big deal out of. Hunter got a few $1 million from Burisma, the Ukrainian energy company. Here we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars really going into the Trump family coffers and the coffers of his friends and their families. And it's not even, it's not even subtle. There's nothing small about it. And I think that as a matter of appearances, at the very least, people are going to ask the question, why is the president getting so rich when everybody else is having so much trouble affording the price of gas, the price of housing, the price of groceries, and so on?
Kim, back in January, the president told the New York Times, when it comes to conflicts of interest, this is a direct quote, I found that nobody cared. He said nobody cared, but it feels like every day there's another headline, right? Last year, there was just one random day when the president bought $5 million worth of stock in major tech companies. On the very same day, he announced an AI action plan that would help those very companies. He thinks people don't care about that?
Yeah, well, I think what he really means is that he doesn't care. I mean, if you look at the first term, the issue of conflict of interest, it's like he dipped his toe into it and nothing was done about it when foreign nationals stayed at his Trump hotel, which existed then in Washington, D.C., to curry favor for him. He essentially got away with it. So now he is doing the absolute most. He doesn't care about it because he's making money, just the same way he said he didn't care about an affordable housing bill that is desperately needed given the downturn in the economy and the way that Americans are hurting at this point. It's like the Gilded Age on steroids. We are seeing the president, his family, and those close to him, his billionaire buddies, making more and more money. And we are seeing the American people, even those who support him and bought his little meme coin, losing money while he gets richer and richer. I think the American people cannot help but at the very least notice it, and at the most care very much about it.
Dave, meanwhile, these Republicans now have to go home to their home districts and campaign. And we've already heard some of them pull the, well, I haven't read the reporting thing yet. James Comer even said how great it was that Trump openly disclosed this massive financial gain, forgetting the fact that Trump didn't have a choice. He has to disclose it. Are they ready for what their voters are going to tell them when they go home?
Depends on who their voters are. In James Comer's district, that is the position. Republicans have this armor around the president, Republican voters, I should say, where he can do no wrong, where maybe he's enriching himself, but he's also jawboning companies to get stakes in them, or to put money into Trump accounts. And they have a heuristic for all this, that a certain level of graft is fine for the president because he's earned it, and he's trying to get money for us, too. Now, in all the races that are competitive, corruption is a big issue, litigated very differently than the way the president talks about his funding. You find candidates around the country who have made some kind of investments, have some sort of stock trades, also public, also disclosed, because that's the law, and it's a scandal every time. I've been talking to Democratic strategists. They have struggled to break through in some of these races because a lot of people say, sure, Trump's taking this money, Trump's benefiting, but Nancy Pelosi's a stock trader too. And there's a lot of work being done in these races to convince people that they are personally quite pure in a way that their opponents are not, in the way that the president is not. But there is a lot of cynicism that they're fighting back against, the idea that, well, all politicians do this. I think Peter set it up very well. This is unprecedented. We don't have presidents who do this. We don't expect people we elect, a governor or mayor, to enrich themselves off the office. Why can't Democrats make a bigger issue of it? In some races they can, but they're breaking through this sense that everybody in politics does it, which isn't true.
But it's also why we're seeing, Dave, this anti-incumbent movement from voters who are saying, I'm sick of all of this. It's not working for me. Kayla, Trump is basically brushing off all of these stories about his finances. He clearly thinks this is going to go away quickly and quietly. And that's the game Trump 1.0 played. I remember covering Trump in his first term, and the White House would laugh when they would be dealing with some big, horrible, embarrassing story. They would say, just wait 24 hours. There'll be a new story. Is the White House banking on that again?
Totally. I think when you talk to the president, when you talk to his allies, many of them feel as though the president and his family has a right to make money. Many of them point to the fact that voters liked the fact that Donald Trump was a businessman. But the backdrop of this is the economy, and how voters feel about the economy is really awful. And we've talked to Trump voters around the country who feel as though the president did not live up to some of the promises that he made on the campaign trail. I think that's why the contrast is so different. And also, compared to Trump's first term, we've seen the president's sons really take off some of the guardrails and some of the self-imposed restrictions, and they have complained that they got little credit for doing that in the first term. And it seems in President Trump's second term, even though it would be politically smart for him to step back from some of these investments and his family, they really don't feel the need to do that.
Peter, we have a viewer question coming to us from Laura saying, if the president has made all this money, why can't he pay for his own vanity projects? Why charge the American people? Now, the president has said over and over with many of these projects, specifically the ballroom and others, I'm going to be paying for it. He said it with a small walkway that's just outside the Oval Office. Isn't that a fair question? He keeps saying he's going to pay for it. He doesn't pay for it. He charges the American people, and then he goes and is making billions of dollars for himself.
Yeah, he almost never pays for it. I mean, the truth is, if you go back to his history, this is very common. He had a foundation that was supposed to be charitable and that in fact was used to for his own projects, for his own interests and so forth, had to be shut down by regulators because they said it was basically not a genuine charity. It was just to serve his own interests. This is not new for him in that sense. Why would he pay for something that he doesn't have to pay for? This is how you get rich, by not paying for things like that. But he does tell people that, and only later when good reporters like Michaela go find the documents and look through the records and discover that in fact actually there are bills being sent to taxpayers. The government is picking up the cost that he said that they wouldn't pick up. Not that he ever advertises it, but in fact, all these different projects in one fashion or another, many of them anyway, are costing the taxpayers hundreds, if not billions of dollars.
He's making money. His rich friends are making money. His family is making money. But we saw at the opening of this show, who has a 401k? There's like 3 people clapped. It's a nice representation. A lot of Americans simply aren't doing nearly as well as he is.
Yeah, a couple of things. One is if you basically claim success based on the stock market, you're setting yourself up for a problem down the road, because it's always a question of when, not if, you have corrections. Stock markets, last I checked, do not defy the laws of gravity. Also, though, I'm old enough to remember when going into government meant a degree of sacrifice. The idea is that not just the reality, but the appearance of conflict of interest, part of the public trust. And the idea that the blatancy of this, the nakedness of it's really interesting. That, in a sense, he's getting away with corruption. People went after Hunter Biden for what now looks like penny ante stuff, and without excusing that. But this is on a scale that is really unprecedented, to the best of my knowledge. But I actually think the president and his family are getting away with it. It's almost like we're all, Jonathan, so worn down, and he's just doing it. And it's one of a million things, from reflecting pools to this to you name it. And so we can talk about it, but again, his family is going to become one of the wealthier families in America or the world.
When you talk about $636 million from this Trump meme coin, which effectively has no actual value, the president made a ton of money off that. But the people he talked into investing in it lost money on it. And that's why you hear perhaps a growing number of even MAGA voters expressing their frustration with President Trump. MS Now spoke to some Florida residents who voted for Trump and asked them about the president making more than $2 billion in his first year in office for himself, including more than $1 billion on those crypto ventures. Here's what they had to say.
That's very frustrating to actually hear that. And like I said, I don't do the politics and stuff, but to hear that come from another American that, is not getting $2 million put in their pocket. $2 billion. $2 billion, $2 million, $2 trillion, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, and that would help out a lot of people around here. A lot of homeless people. You could open shelters. You could really help somebody out with that.
Somebody's making money on the side. It's not me. That's all I got to say.
Is it frustrating?
It's frustrating that you see your president getting richer and richer, and the middle class is getting poor. And that's about it.
Life in America right now, the economy's tough. People are struggling, and hopefully it'll change.
He definitely made lots of promises, and he made them seem like they were going to come a lot quicker, faster than they actually were to ever come or ever will come. Like 90% of all the elections in the past, the candidates, they promised the moon and fall short at the end of the day. But, I don't think it was the Donald Trump that we saw in 2016, and I don't think that he can make up for it in what's left of his current term.
Those are all Trump voters in Florida yesterday. The Wall Street Journal editorial board out this morning with a new piece they're calling The Trump Family an Honest Graft. The board writes this, quote, Americans tell pollsters they don't think they're getting ahead financially, but President Trump and his family are having no trouble, judging from his 2025 financial disclosure report released Tuesday. The Trump clan is cashing in on the presidency in big and sketchy ways, writes the Journal. It's hard to believe the Trump boys would be able to do the same deals if Dad wasn't in the Oval Office. The main difference between Hunter Biden's foreign dealings and the Trump projects is that the Trumps are brazenly open about theirs. There will be political costs for Republicans. If Democrats take back the House or Senate this November, they will have a field day probing the Trump family deals. Charges of GOP corruption will resound through 2028. Americans, and especially Trump's supporters, deserve better from this or any president. Again, Gene Robinson, those were Trump voters we heard from. That's the Wall Street Journal editorial board that we heard from after that. This is not coming from progressives. This is not coming from the left. This is not a political matter to a lot of people, and that's probably why it's broken through in such a way when you have so many people, again, struggling, while the president seems shameless and proud, in fact, of making $2 billion for himself just in the first year in office.
Yeah, neither Trump nor his family seems to care at all about these appearances. They just want to make the money. I mean, I think that was part of the plan all along, was to cash in on the presidency to the maximum extent possible, not just a little bit, not just, you know, they don't do things halfway. They're just going to try to climb the billionaires list on the backs of the American people, on the backs of the American taxpayer. It is outrageous, especially on the day when he's, you know, flying around in this jet, this $400 million jet, renovated to the tune of another at least $400 million given to him by Qatar, and apparently going to be given to him personally or to his foundation when he leaves office. This is just simple graft. It's corruption, and maybe people in general are numb to this, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure that people are immune to this, because it's just so blatant, and it's out there in a way that it's hard to ignore.
So Republicans on Capitol Hill have twisted themselves in knots for the last decade to defend whatever President Trump does. How did they do it this time? Well, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, who, of course, led an extensive investigation into the Biden family's financial dealings that went nowhere, yesterday was pressed about President Trump's new financial disclosures.
Well, first of all, the difference in Trump and Biden is Trump's putting him on his disclosure form. So he's being transparent about the great amount of wealth that he's accumulated over the past 12 months, whereas the Biden family were not transparent and to this day have not admitted what I believe you and I have talked about before. They were taking money from other countries. Now, do I like what President Trump's doing? I mean, that's obviously another discussion. But at the end of the day, what he's done is he's filled out his disclosure form, and I don't think he's left anything out. So he's in compliance with the law. I think the laws should be looked at with respect to, what assets and what type of income a president and their family should be allowed to earn while the president's in office. We've never had a president that was a businessman.
Congressman Comer, Ali, as you know very well, is known almost only for his investigation into Hunter Biden. He was very concerned about his sitting on the board of Burisma while his father was vice president, and then dug into elements of his personal life as well. Here he says, of course it's corrupt. It's wrong, but at least he's telling us he's doing it.
Well, that's a different conversation, right? I mean, I think when the Journal says that it is brazenly open, the way that Trump is doing this graft right now of trying to make these billions and billions of dollars, they're saying it incredulously. Can you believe they're doing it so out in the open? Comer is basically saying, well, they're doing it in the open. Points for transparency and for abiding by the law of disclosing the money that you are making. I do think that it begs the question of the way that Republicans will try to defend this in Washington, the way that Democrats will mire this in the golden age of letter writing, saying if we get the majority back, we will investigate this. Ultimately, the most important thing is what those voters told our colleague Alex Tabbitt. The idea that it smacks of something unfair, that they are, it seemed, at a gas station when prices are only just now coming back to reality after an Iran war that Trump began, and they are still saying they have affordability concerns. And the White House seemingly continues to be making a split screen that is unfortunate politically for them heading into the midterms, where affordability remains the top concern, whether it's on housing or health care or on gas prices. And the administration continues with financial disclosures that show not millions, as Tabbitt had to correct, but billions of dollars in wealth growth for them and the Trump sons. And then it's a continued split screen that they had even back during the government shutdown at the end of last year. Trump was throwing Gatsby parties at Mar-a-Lago, and the government was shut down, and we were questioning how Americans were going to be standing in food bank lines because they didn't know when their next paycheck was coming. It's the same split screen that happens when Trump calls affordability a hoax, but then continues to press on vanity projects like the reflecting pool and building the claw on the White House North Lawn or South Lawn. And so I think they continue with these split screens against the backdrop, Willie, of the fact that they had basically an open book test on the right way to message on the economy. They passed that test, actually, in 2024 when Trump won the election by continuously highlighting the ways that the Biden-Harris administration wasn't effectively communicating or solving affordability questions. And yet, even after watching that administration struggle to pass that test, this administration is now coming back around with, frankly, the same talking point we heard from the Biden admin, which was, isn't the stock market doing great? And it turns out, once again, the stock market is not the litmus test for the economy that the American public wants.
And Republicans for months now have been privately communicating to the White House, affordability is an issue. We see the polls. That's what voters care about. And Trump simply won't address it. He can't acknowledge that Americans are hurting, that this isn't the so-called golden age. And Willie, Ali is right in terms of, this being a key issue, this split screen between, Trump and his family, profiting and how his voters aren't. We have the MS Now is now. We've gone to several states in the last couple of weeks talking to Trump voters, and we're hearing that same sort of message time and time again. These voters really disaffected and disillusioned with how he's steering things. And the other point I'd make, and Richard and I were chatting here briefly on set, it's affordability plus corruption. We saw that work in Hungary against Orban. That was a very effective messaging. And I've talked to some Democrats in the last week or two who feel like, yes, affordability is going to be issue number one, but they're seeing in their sort of focus groups, they're seeing in the polling they're doing, corruption matters too. Because it's one thing to say, for Americans to say, hey, I'm not doing well, but it's another for them to have to face, I'm not doing well, but look at how he's profiting. He's making billions at this moment, he and his rich cronies. And that is a real anger that they're seeing in the electorate that the Democrats hope they can use to their advantage this fall.
President Donald Trump is singing praise for the Great American State Fair, 16-day event on the National Mall in D.C., Washington, D.C., to celebrate the country's 250th anniversary. Writing in a True Social post earlier this week, do you think people appreciate what a fantastic job we did in building and operating the Great American State Fair at the National Mall, packed with happy people and everybody loving it?
But of course, it hasn't come without criticism. Some online are calling the event's opening weekend a flop, with lackluster crowd sizes and images of the Confederate flag that were removed from the North Carolina State booth. Okay, North Carolina's booth was organized by private sponsors after the state opted out of participating. There were also reports of generator issues that briefly shut down the Ferris wheel and power outages that knocked out the food hall on the first day. One D.C. resident said, quote, "It feels more like a campaign event than a fair." A former GOP Congressman Adam Kinzinger posted on X, quote, "There's a reason nobody's at the 50 State Fair in D.C., and the reason is worth pointing out. Trump took over America 250, a bipartisan organization that's been around a few years planning these events, and turned this into a celebration of," drum rolls please, "himself." Even Fox News couldn't slice up the video. There was no one behind him. They were looking back like, and it's slowly getting crowded. And Mika recapped their coverage on her show so amazingly on Monday and was like, you guys, don't make up. Don't grasp at straws. Just tell the truth. Just talk about other things about the fair. Don't try to pretend like the crowd is big. We're not playing this crowd size game. A basic fair, as somebody who attends the rodeo each year in Houston, the livestock show, is to have funnel cakes, corn dogs, all the average things of an American affair. Do you think that they had that here according to reports? No.
I think.
Who put this together? Who put this together?
Hardworking people whose efforts you
Right, but there were a hardworking organization for years called America 250 that the president decided to simultaneously make a parallel organization to that was overseen by him to throw events like this UFC fight where he allowed criticism of a former first lady, disrespect of a former first lady, and now another event that's a flop. Instead of working with states across the country that wanted to participate
I think it's
in America 250, he put Freedom 250. It ends in a couple days, so I don't know.
I think it's still going next week.
Okay, fine. A couple of days. You know what a couple is? More than one? More than like a couple of days.
I haven't
got
been,
a couple days
and I don't know if I'll have opportunity because we're going to Vegas.
I wanted to go. I just wasn't here last weekend, but because I wanted to check it out. And Ferris wheel is nice for having a 4-year-old.
I zoom past it every day on my scooter. I mean, it's literally right over there.
So you don't think that like more thought and care could have possibly been put into this?
I do know
all the performers dropped out,
stuck on the Ferris wheel.
Oh, that's crazy and scary.
Well, it happens.
I know, but you talk about so the president earlier this week.
I don't like rides.
The president earlier this week took the first flight on that Qatari gifted jet that he has.
Good for him.
And he talked about how everything in America is top tier and the way they refurbish it, 10 out of 10. He told all the reporters, you're going to be stunned by the pristine decor, everything. So he doesn't skip any steps. So to have a fair celebrating our 250th anniversary that has infrastructure, incidents and malfunctions, that has a political focus so much that artists want to drop out of it, that has no funnel cakes. I mean, it's simple things and attention to detail that probably would have took him a little bit further than he's gotten so far. And I'm really sad to see it. I would have loved for it to be a success. But I guess we'll see the next couple. You said we have a couple of days.
Maybe it will be I'm not prepared to call it a non-success at this point. I also don't care particularly.
We spent millions of dollars on this. Private donors plus taxpayer funding.
Private donors should pay for the whole thing.
But that's not what happened here. So you should care. We beautified the whole city for this moment right here. You talked about the waterfalls being on and DC being so lovely. It's for all these millions of people to come here and enjoy our beautiful city. And you would hope that they would come feeling this would be a bipartisan gathering of folks who just plainly love the country.
There are people there. There were people watching the World Cup games.
You know, I went to that. It's fun.
Yeah, you did that.
That wasn't the state fair. That was just called like the viewer area.
Wasn't it on the fairgrounds?
Well, they weren't done yet. I went during the first USA game 2 weeks.
This is on the mall, right? This is.
Do we have pictures? Do we have any pictures or video
they were showing some of it
of what the attendance? Oh, okay. This is the Ferris wheel that wasn't working for your friend. Do we? Oh, look, full packed, like you said, packed. Yeah. That's packed. More people were at the USA game. That's packed?
I don't know.
I just want to know which part was packed for you. I see more National Guard than people there. Oh, terrible rains, not good weather.
It sounds like you're rooting against it.
I'm not. I want America 250 and Freedom 250
Look, there's someone on a horse with a flag.
Great. And there's also a Confederate flag that was hung up by a private organization.
Well, they
North
took
Carolina
that down.
Booth.
They took that down.
The problem with why I think artists didn't want to get involved with this in the first place, specifically Freedom 250, was for incidents like we've seen so far happen at both the President Trump's event. One, UFC fighter out of line, out of bounds.
I was out of town for that whole
I don't care. I'm going to refresh your memory because you always act like ignorance because you weren't here. You know what happened. You have X.
Go ahead.
Okay. Out of line UFC fighter talking bad about a former first lady, and the president let that stand, didn't condemn it at all. Then when we talk about his fair, out of bounds, private investors putting up a Confederate flag, celebrating the country and how far we've gotten, and he didn't say any condemnations. Am I missing something? Point to the condemnation. Anybody have a condemnation? Anybody have a tweet for the president? He tweets, he X-posts every single day. Anybody have a condemnation?
I've moved on.
We are waiting.
Emotionally.
In the two events that he's had so far, we've seen bad behavior. Bad behavior. And so we don't want that. And people, artists who didn't want to associate, they didn't want that exact thing. They wanted a celebration of our country where bad actors would be vetted and wouldn't be allowed in to behave in this way as we talk about unifying the country and the way forward.
It was, I'm sorry, it was North, what did you say? It was North Carolina. It was not the state of North Carolina.
Yeah, I know. They opted out, and private investors. Yes. I said that twice now.
I thought you said that.
Okay, private investors put up the Confederate flag. North Carolina opted out of Freedom 250. North Carolina probably wanted to be involved in America 250. The coalition of all the countries that we talked about for years, bringing forth events.
I just don't think, as I said at the beginning of the show, somebody's frustration with or disagreement with Donald Trump should not stop them from participating in the celebration of our country at this milestone. It's 250.
Even if bad behavior occurred at both events. So
there's always some bad behavior. There's always bad behavior occurring at state fairs or whatever. What do you mean?
Like the apparently kid. Do you remember that?
I don't know what that is.
The kid who was like, apparently. He hung out with his grandfather, obviously way too much, and so he talked like a grandpa. And he was like, apparently the fair is going on. Apparently it went viral back before things used to go viral. It's probably like
we used to have a yearly fair that would come to the grade school I went to, and that was a lot of fun. They put up all the rides. I don't really like rides though. I don't like things that
I love
shake or
rides.
go upside down or any of that.
I've actually been on that roller coaster. Speaking of
I
Vegas,
don't like roller coasters.
In New York.
Not for me.
Why?
I like the lazy river ride if they have those.
Oh, you're such a
That's
grandpa.
my favorite. You just sit in the little inner tube and you just.
You would hate to know that I've skydived before.
I'm not. I don't have a problem with heights. I just don't. I don't want to spin or get. I have motion sickness.
So you hated that gravity ride with it, like?
Never in a million years.
I used to get in that all the time. But it was
skydiving. Maybe I would do because it's not a heights problem. It's a movement problem.
All right.
I know you move when you skydive. That does it for us on Rising Live. Thank you for listening to my very intelligent commentary during this segment. More Rising to come, and be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the Hills YouTube channel so you never miss our content. Happy 4th. Go America. See you later.
Tonight, as America gets ready to celebrate a landmark birthday, House Democrats are accusing President Trump of hijacking the anniversary for his own gain. A new report claims the donors who intended to give to the congressionally approved and bipartisan America 250 were actually given bank information to the Trump-backed initiative Freedom 250 without their knowledge. Now, if those allegations are proven true, it could constitute wire fraud. Trump established Freedom 250 last year to organize July 4th events in a way that his allies could control. That includes the Great American State Fair, which has been dogged by low turnout. But despite the birthday blues, Trump plans to put himself front and center on Saturday.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything.
I think the big question, Ashley, for me about this is, was there ever a world in which like this moment could have been what it should be, which is a moment to actually celebrate America in a bipartisan unifying manner? Or was it made worse by the Trump decision to create this sort of like parallel structure that was actually very partisan around?
No, I think in this world, especially with Trump being president, anything he does becomes political, and that's just the facts. And we all know that. This isn't a political statement. I actually did my podcast from the lawn, and there weren't that many people there. Maybe it was my podcast, but
wasn't you?
I do have to say, though, it was early evening. But I do think that last night there were thousands and thousands of people in the same spot watching the FIFA game, the American play. So listen, I'm not going to criticize this one way or the other. And I'm going to discuss the unnamed sources in this report because unless they're going to come out and say who they are, like I don't believe anybody. But I also think that there are so many Europeans, there are so many people from around the world that are saying how great our country is. And we're sitting here, not just on this show, I'm just saying in general, discussing if people are at a mall or not, and instead we should be celebrating the country.
But I think that I hear you, because I do agree that everything that Trump does it becomes political either from the right or the left. But I would also take it a step further, which you may disagree with, that everything Trump does, he takes ownership of, and it becomes about Donald Trump.
Yeah, he brings it on himself. I'm not saying it one word.
Yes. Yeah. And so I think we're saying the same thing. I think that, yes, if you compare the 250 festivities to the World Cup festivities, they're night and day. I mean, I was in Houston, Texas, when the Netherlands was playing Sweden, and watching the Netherlands having to come out and celebrate with Houstonians was just fascinating. Or being in New York for Brazil versus Morocco and watching Brazilians take over Times Square and watching people just enjoy. Or you see the TikToks of people enjoying Popeyes, right? And enjoying American culture.
And ranch dressing.
And ranch dressing and all the things that we kind of take for granted in the essence of America. It's fascinating to see. And then I believe that if Donald Trump, which I don't believe he's capable of, but if there was a president of the United States that actually took this moment to wrap the American flag around all of us, I think that this moment would actually be what it should be, which is a celebration of America for its warts, its progresses, because I've always said we've made progress in this country. The problem is people like to put a period at the end of that when it should be a ... We still have yet a ways to go.
But it's also, I think, true. You talked about who's concerned about filling up, bodies on the mall. And I think the person most concerned about this is Trump himself. Here's what he said a few days ago about the speech that he's going to deliver on July 4th.
Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say he didn't fill out the arena.
And CNN has reported earlier this week that when he gave a speech, I think it was last weekend, and there were so many, it was empty. He became livid. But the plans for Saturday night are for him to deliver a lengthy speech late at night and then have the fireworks start basically hours later than they normally do. One White House official vented, "I don't understand why we're doing this so late. I'm not really sure who thought this was a good idea." I don't know. It seems like a lot of it is happening because Trump wants to take space.
Look, I think 2 things. One, it's hard to compete with sports in general. People just love sports, and the World Cup doesn't happen every year. Those celebrations are going to be awesome. I look at July 4th as the big day. It's really hot in D.C. right now. We've talked about the weather. To sit outside for hours on end, I don't think it matters who the president is. You're looking at, are you going to take your little kids out there for long periods of time when it's really hot? Probably not. I've been to D.C. multiple times when Obama was president and when Bush was president for the 4th of July fireworks. It's awesome. But when it's really hot, the crowds are not as big. I think having it later is actually cool. It's going to be a little cooler when it's out there. And I think it's appropriate for the president, no matter who it is, to have a grand speech about how awesome America is on the 250th birthday. Sure we do. We absolutely do. I celebrate America. I love America. I love 250. I think it's amazing.
That's great. We all love America. And I was down there for FIFA last night. It was fun. It was great. It did not feel political whatsoever, even with all of the things around us that were like set dressing. And I agree. We do have a problem, I think, in this country of feeling pessimistic about being American. And the World Cup has been so great for that, which is why I wish everything that was set up was actually interesting. I do think that the heat and the weather is a deterrent for a lot of the crowds during the day. But I was out there, and it's kind of boring, guys. Like, can we also talk about that? The content of what is provided on the mall.
What would you rather had, though?
Well, we have all of the Smithsonian's along the mall. We have so many things that actually represent the 250th, and those could have been integrated into the whole program, right?
I mean, look, let's be honest. I mean, the state fair, the criticism of it is that it is Trump coded.
Mm-hmm.
That, like, you would love it if you're a MAGA adherent, if you're Christian, if you're conservative, right-leaning, but everybody else doesn't feel represented. That's the main criticism.
And that's not why we go to a fair.
But we've also had an event. We've also had an event where we celebrated America just recently, just around Juneteenth. We had the opening of the Obama Library. And what you saw was, you asked, what could you do? What you saw was you had Bruce Springsteen. You had John Legend. You had.
They won't show up for because Trump's president. You know that. I know that.
And
it's not a you guys. Talk about a moment. It is a you guys.
But it was like people
like Democrats would actually just for a second go, man, this is about celebrating America.
I'm like a raging liberal. And I think one of the things also was that all these artists, they basically said, we feel like we were duped because we thought this was the bipartisan congressional celebration of America when it was really the Trump piece of it. And that's what people felt. That's one of the reasons that they said they pulled out.
It is that Donald Trump won an election, and Democrats were afraid to be associated with Donald Trump because they would care more about giving the middle finger to Trump than celebrating America.
He set up a parallel organization that he controls that is different, separate and different from the one that Congress approved, that is truly nonpartisan. That is the difference. That's the Trump piece. I didn't invent that. He did.
Do you actually believe, though, that John Legend, as liberal as he is
I didn't say John Legend.
Where Donald Trump showed up?
I will tell you that.
I didn't say John Legend.
I go back to this. You should put America ahead of the politics, and the left will not do it. If you want to know what the problem is, it's because the left refuses to work with anybody that doesn't agree with them.
I want to make a clarification on something, because going back to the podcast, I actually had 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans on it, and the Democrats that came on, one very, very left and one more middle of the road, they turned it into, wait, am I going to get in trouble from my side of the aisle? However, I'm just going to embrace the fact that I'm sitting in front of the United States Capitol right now and
that's
took it
an
on.
mature thing to do.
No, and they were great. They've gotten like great feedback.
The wild part about it is not
So I do wanna say
everything.
not
Not everything
everybody's
has to be political.
Yeah.
And
Then
not,
show up and sing.
But that is probably the most insensitive, wildest thing I've heard. It sounds a lot like, what did Megyn Kelly say? Shut up and dribble.
No, but the problem is, you want to celebrate America and you don't want to be partisan, then show up and celebrate America and not make it about yourself and Donald Trump's the president.
But Ben, what we're trying
like the Foo Fighters, show up. They're amazing. I love them.
What we're trying to articulate to you is there are people.
Music and I will be there.
There were people like Morris Day and the Time that agreed to show up for the event that was a nonpartisan event, and they were duped.
And then the media started asking questions, and they got nervous. And instead of saying, hey, I'm going to celebrate America, they're like, oh, this has Trump's name on it. I got to run away.
But Ben, what we want you to do when you talk about celebrate America is one of the things I would...
It's fireworks on the 4th of July.
Okay, let's let him finish his thought.
Can I finish my thought?
Sure, yeah, it's fireworks on the 4th of July.
Because you're not... You interrupt because you just can't win this thing. But what I'm trying to say is, look, Ben,
break.
Thank you. What I'm trying to say is, while you want us to celebrate America, we want to celebrate America in the diversity that makes America what it is. Right?
So it's a kumbaya.
Oh my God.
Okay.
No, it's not a kumbaya.
Sounds like it.
It's a
screw Donald Trump, and then we'll show up.
If this was a test,
I said diversity.
Foo Fighters and John Legend show up.
I said diversity, and
if this was a test, I think it's been failed.
You guys do this every
All right,
time.
guys.
This is what the president has deemed the Great American State Fair. But for a president who often fixates on crowd size, so far the fair on Washington's National Mall hasn't exactly lived up to the hype.
I'm standing here on the National Mall, which is the site of President Trump's Great American State Fair. And as this is in place ahead of America's 250th anniversary that is coming up on July 4th, maybe nowhere better exemplifies how politics have been injected into so many of the events celebrating America's 250th.
For America's 200th celebration, thousands of Americans flocked to the National Mall to celebrate in 1976. Planning for the 250th got underway nearly a decade ago, but perhaps no level of preparation could have predicted a president who would take the celebration into his own hands.
When we had a rigged election, I was really angry about it. Then I realized if I win the next time, I pick up the Olympics, the World Cup, and the 250. And I said, you know what, Pam? I said, this is a good thing.
In 2016, Congress created America 250, a bipartisan commission that began working on what was supposed to be an apolitical celebration.
We were focused on, well, what does America 250 mean? What are we going to do? How are we going to recognize the greatness of our country?
But once Trump took office in January 2025, he took over the programming.
We have created a new public-private partnership. It's called Freedom 250.
Democratic Congresswoman Bonnie Watson Coleman, who has served on the America 250 campaign for 7 years, says Trump upended their plans.
Freedom 250 is his vanity project. And the things that he is trying to implement, they're all about him. And it is because, unfortunately, the president has an insatiable ego. And so he has denigrated the essence of the celebration. Well, it doesn't seem to be well attended. It just looks very sedate to me.
While the 250th may not be what the commission originally planned, it's also not turning out how Trump expected either. After most of the original performers dropped out due to politics, a concert featuring Vanilla Ice was also canceled due to bad weather. Then, amid a heat wave in Washington, several of the indoor stalls at the fair had to shutter their doors to guests when their AC stopped working.
You'll notice here there are several booths for states: Florida, Georgia, Alabama, Tennessee. Potato chips are good, with each item representing what their state brings to the nation, but there are other states that actually haven't shown up at all. Now, some have cited finances as a reason for not being here, but others, including Pennsylvania, where the state's governor said he just simply thought it was too political for his state to get involved, and blamed the Trump-aligned nonprofit that has been battling it out with other groups to organize all the events leading up to July 4th. Now, President Trump told people that it would be the greatest show on earth at the National Mall on July 4th. He told his supporters, your favorite president will be speaking, so please show up. What they will find here on these grounds are not just the different stalls representing each state in the nation, or at least those that decided to participate, but also this replica of the arch that President Trump once built here in Washington. It's been part of that major renovation project that he's done, not just to the White House, but also to the larger D.C. area, attempting to rename the Kennedy Center after himself and installing this arch, though I'm not sure exactly this is the replica that the president had in mind.
You want a frozen one?
Now, amid reports that some states were declining to participate in the Great American State Fair, or that it was sparsely populated, President Trump seemed to defend the entire organization of it ahead of July 4th. He wrote on Truth Social and said, "Do you think people appreciate what a fantastic job we did in building and operating the Great American State Fair at the National Mall? Packed with happy people and everybody loving it." The president told people to ask if Obama or Joe Biden could have done this, and he said in all caps, quote, "The answer is no."
Now, Trump is planning a grand finale air show and enough fireworks to break a Guinness World Record. But it remains to be seen if the heat, tightened security measures, and fireworks that won't start before 10:30 p.m. will produce the turnout the president is hoping for.
On July 4th, it's going to be approximately 107 degrees out. And I'm going to go and I'm going to make a really long speech just to show that I can do anything.
We have the right guaranteed by the Constitution to criticize and satirize our leaders. This is a right that many of us take for granted. It's one that I took for granted for the first 57 years of my life until September of last year. We will not stand by when comedy and journalism and dissent are censored and regulated and criminalized. Thank you to Donald Trump, our commander-in-thief, Abraham Lincoln, Orange Julius Caesar, Greedy McGolfy, Dopey McGropey, and Pumpkin McPornhumper. Thank you for inspiring us to fight for our freedom of speech.
Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in New York. We didn't even get to him calling Donald Trump Blob the Builder and the hungry, hungry hypocrite. Jimmy Kimmel accepted a Peabody Award over the weekend on the power of using humor to call out Donald Trump's autocratic impulses and tell the truth about what's happening in our country right now from his very powerful perch. And while Donald Trump has never, ever been accused of making anyone's job easier, except maybe that of the guy that puts gold leaf on everything in the Oval Office, when it comes to using satire to speak truth to power, sometimes Trump does the job for all of us. Over the weekend, after artist dropped out of his Freedom 250 concert series, including Celebrity Apprentice winner Bret Michaels, Donald Trump took to his favorite social media platform to declare this, quote, "I understand artists are getting the yips having to do with their performance on Wednesday, so I am thinking about bringing the all caps #1 attraction anywhere in the world, the man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime." He does so without a guitar. The man who loves our country more than anyone else, and the man who some say is the greatest president in history. Switching to all caps, the GOAT, staying in all caps, Donald J. Trump, to take the place of these highly paid, capitalized third-rate artists and give a major speech. I only want to be surrounded by happy people, smart people, a lot more odd capitalizations here, successful people, and people that know how to win. So by copy of this truth, I am ordering my representatives to look at the feasibility of doing an back to all caps America is back rally on Wednesday, Washington, D.C., same place, same location, only great patriots invited. It will be a wild and beautiful celebration of America. President Donald J. Trump will be wild. Last time he said that, it was an invitation to come to the Capitol on January 6th. But in that whole "you can't break up with me because I'm breaking up with you" thing was a little bit of desperation, right? To add insult to injury, as Trump fails and flails to keep young MC from running for the hills, Joan Baez has announced that she is the latest superstar to join the Power to the People Festival, curated by Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello, who's been touring with Bruce Springsteen. That event is star-studded. It's going to help raise funds for pro-democracy causes. It's a festival that will feature Bruce Springsteen, Public Enemy, the Foo Fighters, Dave Matthews, and many more legit superstars and icons. And it's sold out. Don't tell Donald. And don't worry, Trump still has the CNC Music Factory guy, I think. Heilman will tell me if that's not the case anymore. Donald Trump throwing an absolute hissy fit as one-hit wonder after one-hit wonder flees his MAGA jamboree is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Puck News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Heilman is back with us. Heilman, I felt like we had to update the story from where we were on Friday when you informed me about some of the social media posts that I had missed. This story got a lot worse for Donald Trump, such that he posted this. I now at least 3 times a week take a Trump post and ask to verify it, to make sure it's real and not. And it used to be like half of them were real and some of them were just, floating around. Now they're all real and they're all absolutely bat bleep crazy.
Right. Well, look, in that the post that you just read, Nicole, there was one shred of truth in it, and that I think is a very high ratio for most Trump social media posts. He said that the acts that were getting the yips. Donald Trump understands the entirety of the world through the prism of golf. The yips is basically a golf term. He said they were all third-rate entertainers. I think that's kind of right. That's right. The problem for him, of course, is that the third-rate entertainers are abandoning him, and the second-rate entertainers would never even consider coming, and the first-rate entertainers are all going to be at Meriwether Post Pavilion on October 3rd with my friend Tom Morello and our mutual hero, Bruce Springsteen.
Heilman, I sort of want to pull the curtain back, though, and explain. And I want to say that we've been joined in our conversation by the executive editor of Deadline.com, Dominic Patton, who I've turned to for all of these conversations, really for the last year and a half. I have bemoaned, and I've interviewed Joan Baez, where is culture? And she said to me, this moment is scarier than it was when she was, and I'll quote her, which she said, we were standing with Martin and we were there. She said we were together. We had the culture, we had the music, we had each other. And she said to me, I interviewed her about a year ago, this moment is worse. This moment feels scarier. It feels like, and I haven't talked to her recently, but it feels like that is starting to turn, that there is starting to be some safety in numbers in culture and art. There's still a lot of people, far too many, in my opinion, who are staying silent. But I think this story is a window into something we don't often get to see, and that is that no one prominent, respectable in art wants to stand with Donald Trump, and many are happy now, maybe not happy, but are willing to stand against him. Dominic.
Well, I'd say, Nicole, for one thing, I find myself in the rare position of quoting Vanilla Ice, of all people. I heard a piece with Vanilla Ice recently where he talked about, because he's one of the few artists who's staying in with the Trump Fest, and he said, "I'll play for Putin. I'll play in Iran." And I thought, well, yeah, that's kind of the problem. You would do exactly that, and that's where I think the dividing line is coming: the people who will do that and the people who won't. When you talked about Joan Baez, who's obviously, as we know, performing with Tom and with Bruce and everybody else, these are people who, back then, I think we had a much more monoculture, for lack of a better expression. The fracture we see in culture now has for so long allowed people like the MAGA crowd to divide. That, I feel, is changing. I feel that there are a number of moves happening here. I mean, look, man, when Brett Michaels drops out, you know the national nightmare is over. So at that point, I think we know where the tide is turning here. And also, let's be honest, Tom and Bruce have way cooler people showing up. I mean, John was right. Trump referred to them as like, third raters. But pal, you picked them. That's your crowd.
A new feature story for the July issue of The Atlantic titled How to Tell the American Story. Our next guest argues that finding a common history that is both unsparing and unifying has proven all but impossible in recent years, but it shouldn't be. Joining us now, the author of that piece, Deputy Executive Editor at The Atlantic, Yoni Applebaum. And Yoni, in your piece, you write in part, quote, for more than 2 centuries, our creedal nationalism has been a source of strength, binding together Americans of diverse faiths and backgrounds. But lately, we have discovered that it's also a vulnerability. A nation defined by blood and soil, built around a shared religion or ethnicity, can survive divergent narratives. To a country built on an idea, though, and bound together by a shared understanding of our history, the inability to tell a common story might well prove fatal. Unable to agree on how to tell our story, we have swiftly abandoned efforts to tell it at all. The hours devoted to to social studies in schools are shrinking, and survey courses in American history are vanishing from college campuses. The signature event of the nation's 250th birthday might prove to be not a keynote speech or a patriotic pageant, but a no-holds-barred UFC fight on the South Lawn of the White House. It's our 250th birthday, and no one seems to know what we're celebrating. Yoni, I'll add, but I'd love for you to tell us more about what you mean here. That we're going to be watching people fight on stage with thousands of people screaming for it at the White House. That's how we're celebrating this nation's 250th. I personally find it to be sick and twisted, but maybe I'm alone here. Take it away.
Lots of Americans enjoy fighting and watching these bouts, and that's fine. But it's a pretty odd way for a democracy to celebrate its 250th birthday. We just had a clip of the president, in this 250th anniversary year, trashing the processes of American democracy and insulting the constitutional liberties like freedom of the press. We're in a pretty strange spot. On the left, there's a real inclination to talk only about the things this country has done wrong, and it's not a short list. And on the right, there's a new willingness to tear down placards and censor any mention of those same things, of the things America has done wrong. And we're losing that common sense of purpose, the idea that there is a basic narrative that you can tell about this country. And it's a pretty inspirational narrative. It's a narrative that says this was a country founded on a set of ideals to be a new sort of place in the world, and that those ideals are aspirational. We've never entirely succeeded in living up to them. Maybe we never will, but they're still worth fighting for. And I think that was, as I reported this, what really came home to me was the extent to which most Americans have internalized that basic narrative about the country. And most of their leaders and most of the folks who are writing about history and most of the politicians out there are no longer really bought into it the way that most Americans are.
Yeah, was there a way in this year with this president in this particularly divided time for that narrative to have been told in Washington? Are you saying that this is really just Trump and that had another president been in this position on the 250th anniversary of the founding of the country, they would have found a way to rise above some of the divisions that we know are out there in the country, but that another president could have done this differently?
Let's stipulate that Donald Trump makes everything about himself and therefore everything divisive. But when Joe Biden was in the White House, his 250th commission also failed. Rather than come up with central unifying events or any sort of a coherent narrative, They sort of had a choose-your-own-adventure 250th. They had downloadable kits that local institutions could use to brand things they were doing anyway as affiliated with the 250th. They encouraged Americans to record their own stories on the premise that each of us has our own story about the country. Those are fine things to do, but there was a gaping void at the center there. The Democrats were not able to tell a story about this country that Americans could buy into. And then Donald Trump comes along, and he tells a story about the country that MAGA buys into. But it's a story that I think is fundamentally at odds with how Americans have mostly understood themselves and their country to this point.
But, Yoni, one of the things that this piece makes clear that you just articulated there is that America's defining feature, if anything, is that it is an idea. It is premised on ideas. It is not premised on blood and soil, as you wrote. And when John is talking about how the things that feel like we're missing, these guardrails, these norms, that too is part of the American idea. And so how does that, if you're thinking about this as a political strategist, how does that get sold to a country that has been told you're losing your country to people who don't actually have stakes in it? How do you communicate the power of an idea in an age where abstraction is losing to fear and to blood and to soil?
You know, back in 1862, a woman named Julia Ward Howe wrote a poem and sent it to The Atlantic and said, would you guys publish this? And we put it back on our cover this month, The Battle Hymn of the Republic. And the message of that poem was, this is a country worth fighting for. The ideas at the heart of this country are worth fighting for. And she knew perfectly well in the middle of the Civil War that not every American agreed with her on that, that this was contentious. But I think that what you're pointing to is that Americans really are hungry for the articulation of a set of values, a set of principles, of a set of ideals that they can buy into, that the left has largely abandoned that project in favor of critique. And it opens a void for the kind of divisive blood and soil nationalism that Donald Trump and those around him favor. Because people do want something to believe in. They want a country to call their own. And to the extent that the mainstream story falls away, that we stop defining ourselves around an idea, it opens a chance for people to come in and exploit the divisions within this country and encourage people to think of it as a tribal society rather than a creedal one.
The new piece for the July issue of The Atlantic is available to read online now.
If you watched any of Trump's Great American State Fair tonight, I mean, I'm sorry for you, I guess, but you might have thought you were just watching a Trump rally. Well, the 16-day event bills itself as a free, nonpartisan celebration of America's 250th birthday with no ulterior motives. Nobody supposed to be benefiting aside from the American people. That's clearly not the case. I mean, just to put a fine point on it, tonight's festivities were produced, at least in part, by the production company behind Trump's rally at the Ellipse on January 6th. A company that the New York Times reports has received millions of dollars worth of no-bid contracts since Trump retook office. And it is just one of the now multiple companies the Times reports has received no-bid contracts from the Trump administration related to the country's 250th birthday. Now, for anyone out there thinking, well, doesn't it make sense for the government to celebrate the country's 250th birthday? Yeah, of course it does. The country should be celebrating. That is why a decade ago, Congress created a nonpartisan nonprofit called America 250 to help plan and produce a celebration. But this isn't that group. You see, the Trump administration decided to make their own group. Instead of America 250, this group is confusingly called Freedom 250. And it is Freedom 250 that just so happened to hire the firm from Trump's January 6th Ellipse rally. It is Freedom 250 that decided the academic institution it should partner with for this celebration of American history was the unaccredited right-wing evangelical group. It is Freedom 250 that is holding tonight's rally on the National Mall, headlined by Trump himself. And all of these pro-Trump, pro-MAGA festivities are costing quite a lot of money. Some of that money is coming from private donors. As the New York Times reports, Freedom 250 got some of its fund by offering perks to private sponsors. Of course they did. For $500,000, sponsors could get their logo featured at Freedom 250 events. For $1 million, sponsors got access to Trump himself. But of course, a lot of these festivities are being paid for with your tax dollars. The nonprofit watchdog groups, the Revolving Door Project and Public Citizen, have tracked nearly $103 million worth of public contracts and grants from the Trump administration to what the groups describe as, quote, a network of politicized entities under the control of Trump administration officials and political allies. There we go. all under the guise of America's 250th birthday. Joining me now is Democratic Senator from Georgia, Jon Ossoff. Good to see you.
Great to be back. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So tonight was technically the kickoff of America 250, and I think a lot of people feel two realities right now. One, pride in being an American, pride in being in this great country, and the other reality is watching the President of the United States essentially make money from this celebration, make it about himself, help benefit people who owe him favors. How do you how do you think about these two realities?
Well, I think it's a call to action for patriotic Americans to recognize that at the 250th anniversary of our country's founding in rejection of kingdom and monarchy, we have these events being hijacked by the narcissism of the president who styles himself most like a king. And it wouldn't be a Trump event without no-bid contracts and the sale of access. Corruption is par for the course at this point. I think the Trump show has jumped the shark. I don't think many people are tuning in because he's lost it. But more importantly, what we're seeing is how destabilized he is by his global humiliation in the Middle East, which he cannot deny or lie away. His approval rating sits at 34%, while Americans pay more than ever for groceries and health care and rent. And he's out here building a monument to himself and adorning his office in gold trim while, because of his actions, cancer patients face the loss of their health insurance. He has cemented his place in history in disgrace. And now our job as patriotic Americans inspired by the legacy of our founding is to marshal all of our passion and resources and energy to restoring checks and balances this fall, because we won't get another chance at this. And this race in Georgia will be decisive. I am the only incumbent Democratic senator running for re-election in a state that Donald Trump won. They will spend hundreds of millions of dollars to try to unseat me. And I'm asking folks to visit electjohn.com to support my effort.
One of the things you've worked very hard on is this housing bill that I started the show talking about. And this morning, this all happened in the same day. Sometimes you can't make it up in Washington. Trump just decided not to sign this bill. And instead, he demanded that your Republican colleagues move forward in essentially pushing a voter suppression bill forward. I have my own thoughts. I mentioned some of them. What do you think he pulled this all today?
Let's be very clear about what the president is saying to the American people. The president is saying that he will not sign a bill whose purpose is to make housing affordable unless his allies in Congress pass a voter suppression bill to rig the election. He is saying, I won't even sign a bill that will give economic relief to Americans unless the rules of this election are changed so that he, Donald Trump, cannot be held accountable for all of his misdeeds. Because that's what he really fears most of all, is that when there is a change in the balance of power and when we restore checks and balances, he knows that there will be subpoenas flying, that officials from his administration will be testifying under oath about the full range of misconduct and corruption that we already know has been happening since the moment he was sworn in.
He also today had a lunch with the Republican caucus. You mentioned a number of the things a number of them are pissed off at him about, including him trying to jam an $88 billion ask for money for the Iran war down their throats, pushing for this voter suppression bill, which there are not the votes for. He hasn't endorsed some sitting members of the Senate. I just played a little bit of YOLO John Cornyn, as I like to call him. What's going on with that? And do you think there are more opportunities to work with Republicans on some of the things that might be priorities to you and some of your colleagues?
Look, I've got good working relationships with a lot of Republican colleagues. That's how I've gotten so much done for Georgia, from passing landmark prison reform legislation to legislation that forces big tech companies to report online predators. And I know, because I talked to them, that many of them are furious, that many of them feel that the president has lost control and lost the plot. And yet, we cannot hold out hope for a sudden outbreak of courage and integrity on the part of this president's allies in Congress, because he's already blown through so many red lines, and they stand with him because they're afraid of him. It is only by winning decisively this fall and demonstrating to his allies that they put their seats and their political careers at risk by continuing to do his bidding that we will change their behavior.
America is turning 250, but if you were expecting a rousing speech to celebrate this country and unify us behind a common history and a common future, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it from this president, at least. Here is how he kicked off the first of 16 days of celebration.
We signed a historic agreement to end the conflict with Iran, fully open the Strait of Hormuz, and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. In my first term, I rebuilt our military and created the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in history. And now we are going to blow that away. We're doing better, much better than even the first term. Under the Trump administration, America is once again a nation of self-respect, dignity, and pride. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world right at the White House. Right at the White House. You go to TrumpRx.gov and you get what you're looking for at prices so much lower that a lot of people don't even believe it's happening. On July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up.
So less of a celebration of all of us, more of a declaration of his own greatness, like a campaign rally. It should not have to be this way.
Donald Trump tried to pull an only I can fix it out of his hat to save himself from humiliation after multiple musical artists pulled out of performing in his Great American State Fair. And he did that by inserting himself as the headliner for the kickoff event last night. It didn't seem to go very well. The celebrations are off to a very rocky start with video from the Bulwark showing what appears to be a steady stream of people leaving the event in the middle of Trump's speech. You can hear him talking. Listen.
Agreement on drug pricing. We are delivering the largest reduction in drug price history with price differences.
I guess they felt like they'd heard that riff before. Not a great look, though, for a guy who worries so much about crowd size. The Bulwark's Jared Poland also shared this snap online of an attendee lying down on the grass, writing that Trump's speech was literally putting people to sleep. Let's bring in the aforementioned Rapid Response senior editor at the Bulwark, Jared Poland. So how was it?
The speech was definitely a short one by Trump standards. I've watched hundreds of Trump speeches since I've started working for the Bulwark, and his speech last night came in just a little under 30 minutes. And a lot of the crowd there, I would say, were definitely not your typical sycophantic, super Trump crazy supporter. There were definitely some of those there towards the front, but a lot of the people hanging out towards the back that I talked to, this had been their first Trump rally. And there were some people towards the front that I had talked to that actually it was his 116th Trump rally. And so those people I imagine stayed, but a lot of people got their picture of Trump and headed for the gates.
Trump is obsessed with late night, so I will show you how late night covered this. This is Jimmy Fallon.
Well, tonight, President Trump headlined a rally to celebrate America's 250th after all the musical artists dropped out of his concert. It's the first event where BYOB means bring your own band and the old. Tonight included a military flyover, Lee Greenwood singing God Bless the USA, and a speech by Trump. Even Trump's biggest fans were like, is this a repeat? Because I feel like I've seen this 400 times.
It's remarkable because Jimmy Fallon, of all of the men and women in late night and on that stage, pokes fun at Trump the least. But this is where it hurts the most if you're Donald Trump. A repeat, a rehash, not so A-list. What was it that they couldn't? I mean, last block we're talking about how all-powerful Trump is, that he's literally got media organizations, law firms, and all the federal government working for him, but he couldn't rub sticks together and get anyone better than himself?
So a lot of the people that I talked to at the rally, they were there not because of Trump, but because they wanted to be there to see the festivities. There were definitely some Trump supporters there, but I think a lot of the people backed out because Trump really has made this entire America 250 celebration about him. And a lot of people that were there definitely were looking for something to celebrate America, and we're happy to see the president speak, but I think they were more so there for the flyovers and the Marine Corps band that was playing before. So I think the attendance would have probably lasted a little bit longer into the night had the original acts stayed on board.
I want to show you Trump trying to do some crowd building for his next event featuring himself. This is Trump seeming to beg the crowd to come to his 4th of July speech.
Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say he didn't fill out the arena.
I mean, he doth protest us so much. The idea that we're the problem, he seems to be the problem when it comes to empty seats. Clearly showing the vulnerability that this exposes, the lack of attendance, the lack of enthusiasm, and people walking out looking for non-political, I guess most generous description, acts.
Yeah, I think this celebration would have been a lot better had Trump not made himself the center of it. But unfortunately, with Donald Trump, he's incapable of doing that. I mean, he wants to be at the center of every bit of this America 250 celebration. And last night, I think you saw how the crowd feels about that. As soon as he came on, the crowd started to thin out. And I think come the 4th of July, because the fireworks are at the end, you might not see that as much. But last night, there was nothing to look forward to after Trump. So they got their pictures and they head for the gates.
What do these American flags mean to you?
Well, they represent freedom for our country. They represent all. I gotta say, I just heard this today. There would be no us if there was no USA. And I just gotta say that all of us here, we're like a soup kitchen of America. There's like every nation is here. I'm from Michigan. I don't know where you're from, but I'm sure there's other people from New York and California. I just met someone from Texas, and I don't even know who she was, and I got the biggest hug from her ever. It is beautiful here. It is clean here. It is safe here. We are having a great time. I just got here today, and I love it.
I think that's the biggest vibe I've encountered myself here in Washington, D.C. There are people from all nations here. All states, all nations. They were all united around that flag right there.
If you can come, I drove 8.5 hours to get here. If you can come, tomorrow's the 4th of July, 250-year celebration. You're never going to see this again. So come and celebrate.
I've got to ask you, did you vote for President Trump in 2024?
I voted for President Trump in 16, in 20, in 24, and I just love him. He's the greatest president ever, and God bless America.
What's your favorite part about President Trump?
Oh, God. Oh, my God, there's so many things. Where
do you start?
Where do I start? The fact that he cleaned up our country, the fact that he loves our military and he fights for them, the fact that I think he loves everybody, and it shows, because if he didn't, he wouldn't have Washington cleaned up the way it is. And if you guys come here and see for yourself, you will see how beautiful it is. And I'm in Michigan, and I know that he is fighting for Michigan as well, because I'm not too far from Selfridge Air Base, and it is gorgeous. The jets that are flying over, the I think 45s that we're getting are going to be amazing.
Yeah, I don't know. I was watching the jets earlier today. That's the first time I've ever seen a B-2. I think if you see it, you're safe.
It's safe for sure.
Is that your first time seeing a B-2?
No, actually no, because I'm like a mile from Selfridge Air Base in Michigan, so we see them fly around all the time, and yeah, it's amazing. And that'll never get old for me.
What are you looking forward to tomorrow the most on the 4th?
Well, seeing President Trump, the fireworks. I heard Kid Rock's going to be here. I heard Vanilla Ice. There's going to be so many people here. I'm just the fireworks and President Trump. And just to be here is a blessing, so I feel great.
Is it a bucket list item for you?
Bucket list. Ask my husband. I got to say, thanks to my husband, Michael Priza, I would not be here, so I'm so blessed.
Well, thank you for being here. It's great to have you. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. God bless America.
All right, we're live here in Washington, D.C. for the 250th anniversary of the country. And you can see the Capitol building right behind us. It's beautiful. But who am I here with?
Amy.
Amy?
And Chris.
And Chris. That's a good name. My name's Christian, so pretty good. Pretty good. Why are you guys here for the 4th?
Why not? I mean,
why not? It's a 250th celebration. I've never been to D.C., so what better time to go than a celebration like this?
Right, you guys never been to D.C.?
I have.
Okay.
I have. This is my first time.
Right, where are you guys from then?
New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. Yeah, New Hampshire. Yep.
Originally Mass, New Hampshire. I'm in Florida. He's still there.
Yeah, I still live in New Hampshire.
But he'll be in Florida eventually.
Do you think New Hampshire's a pretty patriotic state or no?
Yeah, for the most part it is, yeah. It's been watered down through the years, but there's still a lot of us patriots up there, yeah.
And why are you guys patriotic? What does this country mean to you guys?
It's the ultimate expression of freedom. It's, we fought to have the right to live our lives free from control of government. Just, the way we want, how we want to do it. It's important.
Have you guys have been around a little longer than I have. Have you guys ever been outside of the country?
Yes. Once. Yeah, a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Yep.
Back then, coming back to America, did that change your perspective on America?
We have the right guaranteed by the Constitution to criticize and satirize our leaders. This is a right that many of us take for granted. It's one that I took for granted for the first 57 years of my life until September of last year. We will not stand by when comedy and journalism and dissent are censored and regulated and criminalized. Thank you to Donald Trump, our commander in thief, Abraham Lincoln, Orange Julius Caesar, Greedy McGolfy, Dopey McGropey, and Pumpkin McPornhumper. Thank you for inspiring us to fight for our freedom of speech.
Hi again, everybody. It's now 5 o'clock in New York. We didn't even get to him calling Donald Trump Blob the Builder and the hungry, hungry hypocrite. Jimmy Kimmel accepted a Peabody Award over the weekend on the power of using humor to call out Donald Trump's autocratic impulses and tell the truth about what's happening in our country right now from his very powerful perch. And while Donald Trump has never, ever been accused of making anyone's job easier, except maybe that of the guy that puts gold leaf on everything in the Oval Office, when it comes to using satire to speak truth to power, sometimes Trump does the job for all of us. Over the weekend, after artist dropped out of his Freedom 250 concert series, including Celebrity Apprentice winner Bret Michaels, Donald Trump took to his favorite social media platform to declare this, quote, "I understand artists are getting the yips having to do with their performance on Wednesday, so I am thinking about bringing the all caps #1 attraction anywhere in the world, the man who gets much larger audiences than Elvis in his prime." He does so without a guitar. The man who loves our country more than anyone else, and the man who some say is the greatest president in history. Switching to all caps, the GOAT, staying in all caps, Donald J. Trump, to take the place of these highly paid, capitalized third-rate artists and give a major speech. I only want to be surrounded by happy people, smart people, a lot more odd capitalizations here, successful people, and people that know how to win. So by copy of this truth, I am ordering my representatives to look at the feasibility of doing an back to all caps America is back rally on Wednesday, Washington, D.C., same place, same location, only great patriots invited. It will be a wild and beautiful celebration of America, President Donald J. Trump. Will be wild? Last time he said that, it was an invitation to come to the Capitol on January 6th. But in that whole, you can't break up with me because I'm breaking up with you thing, was a little bit of desperation, right? To add insult to injury, as Trump fails and flails to keep young MC from running for the hills, Joan Baez has announced that she is the latest superstar to join the Power to the People Festival, curated by Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello, who's been touring with Bruce Springsteen. That event is star-studded. It's going to help raise funds for pro-democracy causes. It's a festival that will feature Bruce Springsteen, Public Enemy, the Foo Fighters, Dave Matthews, and many more legit superstars and icons. And it's sold out. Don't tell Donald. And don't worry, Trump still has the CNC Music Factory guy, I think. Heilman will tell me if that's not the case anymore. Donald Trump throwing an absolute hissy fit as one-hit wonder after one-hit wonder flees his MAGA jamboree is where we begin the hour with some of our favorite reporters and friends. Puck News senior political columnist and national affairs analyst John Heilman is back with us. Heilman, I felt like we had to update the story from where we were on Friday when you informed me about some of the social media posts that I had missed. This story got a lot worse for Donald Trump, such that he posted this. I now at least 3 times a week take a Trump post and ask to verify it, to make sure it's real and not. And it used to be like half of them were real and some of them were just, floating around. Now they're all real and they're all absolutely bat bleep crazy.
Right. Well, look, in that the post that you just read, Nicole, there was one shred of truth in it, and that I think is a very high ratio for most Trump social media posts. He said that the acts that were getting the yips. Donald Trump understands the entirety of the world through the prism of golf. The yips is basically a golf term. He said they were all third-rate entertainers. I think that's kind of right. That's right. The problem for him, of course, is that the third-rate entertainers are abandoning him, and the second-rate entertainers would never even consider coming, and the first-rate entertainers are all going to be at Meriwether Post Pavilion on October 3rd with my friend Tom Morello and our mutual hero, Bruce Springsteen.
Heilman, I sort of want to pull the curtain back, though, and explain. And I want to say that we've been joined in our conversation by the executive editor of Deadline.com, Dominic Patton, who I've turned to for all of these conversations really for the last year and a half. I have bemoaned, and I've interviewed Joan Baez, where is culture? And she said to me, this moment is scarier than it was when she was, and I'll quote her, which she said, we were standing with Martin and we were there. She said we were together. We had the culture, we had the music, we had each other. And she said to me, I interviewed her about a year ago, this moment is worse. This moment feels scarier. It feels like, and I haven't talked to her recently, but it feels like that is starting to turn, that there is starting to be some safety in numbers in culture and art. There's still a lot of people, far too many, in my opinion, who are staying silent. But I think this story is a window into something we don't often get to see, and that is that no one prominent, respectable in art wants to stand with Donald Trump, and many are happy now, maybe not happy, but are willing to stand against him. Dominic.
Well, I'd say, Nicole, for one thing, I find myself in the rare position of quoting Vanilla Ice, of all people. I heard a piece with Vanilla Ice recently where he talked about, because he's one of the few artists who's staying in with the Trump fest. And he said, I'll play for Putin. I'll play in Iran. And I thought, well, yeah, that's kind of the problem. You would do exactly that. And that's where I think the dividing line is coming. The people who will do that and the people who won't. When you talked about Joan Baez, who's obviously, as we know, performing with Tom and with Bruce and everybody else, these are people who, back then, I think we had a much more monoculture, for lack of a better expression. The fracture we see in culture now has for so long allowed people like the MAGA crowd to divide. That, I feel, is changing. I feel that there are a number of moves happening here. I mean, look, man, when Brett Michaels drops out, the national nightmare is over. So at that point, I think we know where the tide is turning here. And also, let's be honest, Tom and Bruce have way cooler people showing up. I mean, John was right. Trump referred to them as third raters. But pal, you picked them. That's your crowd.
A new feature story for the July issue of The Atlantic titled How to Tell the American Story. Our next guest argues that finding a common history that is both unsparing and unifying has proven all but impossible in recent years, but it shouldn't be. Joining us now, the author of that piece, Deputy Executive Editor at The Atlantic, Yoni Applebaum. And Yoni, in your piece, you write in part, quote, for more than 2 centuries, our creedal nationalism has been a source of strength, binding together Americans of diverse faiths and backgrounds. But lately, we have discovered that it's also a vulnerability. A nation defined by blood and soil, built around a shared religion or ethnicity, can survive divergent narratives. To a country built on an idea, though, and bound together by a shared understanding of our history, the inability to tell a common story might well prove fatal. Unable to agree on how to tell our story, we have swiftly abandoned efforts to tell it at all. The hours devoted to social studies in schools are shrinking, and survey courses in American history are vanishing from college campuses. The signature event of the nation's 250th birthday might prove to be not a keynote speech or a patriotic pageant, but a no-holds-barred UFC fight on the South Lawn of the White House. It's our 250th birthday, and no one seems to know what we're celebrating. Yoni, I'll add, but I'd love for you to tell us more about what you mean here. That we're going to be watching people fight on stage with thousands of people screaming for it at the White House. That's how we're celebrating this nation's 250th. I personally find it to be sick and twisted, but maybe I'm alone here. Take it away.
Lots of Americans enjoy fighting and watching these bouts, and that's fine, but it's a pretty odd way for a democracy to celebrate its 250th birthday. We just had a clip of the president in this 250th anniversary year, trashing the processes of American democracy and insulting the constitutional liberties like freedom of the press. We're in a pretty strange spot. On the left, there's a real inclination to talk only about the things this country has done wrong, and it's not a short list. And on the right, there's a new willingness to tear down placards and censor any mention of those same things, of the things America has done wrong. And we're losing that common sense of purpose, the idea that there is a basic narrative that you can tell about this country, and it's a pretty inspirational narrative. It's a narrative that says this was a country founded on a set of ideals to be a new sort of place in the world, and that those ideals are aspirational. We've never entirely succeeded in living up to them. Maybe we never will, but they're still worth fighting for. And I think that was, as I reported this, what really came home to me was the extent to which most Americans have internalized that basic narrative about the country. And most of their leaders and most of the folks who are writing about history and most of the politicians out there are no longer really bought into it the way that most Americans are.
Yeah, was there a way in this year with this president in this particularly divided time for that narrative to have been told in Washington? Are you saying that this is really just Trump, and that had another president been in this position on the 250th anniversary of the founding of the country, they would have found a way to rise above some of the divisions that we know are out there in the country, but that another president could have done this differently?
Let's stipulate that Donald Trump makes everything about himself and therefore everything divisive. But when Joe Biden was in the White House, his 250th commission also failed. Rather than come up with central unifying events or any sort of a coherent narrative, they sort of had a choose-your-own-adventure 250th. They had downloadable kits that local institutions could use to brand things they were doing anyway as affiliated with the 250th. They encouraged Americans to record their own stories on the premise that each of us has our own story about the country. Those are fine things to do, but there was a gaping void at the center there. The Democrats were not able to tell a story about this country that Americans could buy into. And then Donald Trump comes along, and he tells a story about the country that MAGA buys into. But it's a story that I think is fundamentally at odds with how Americans have mostly understood themselves and their country to this point.
But, Yoni, one of the things that this piece makes clear that you just articulated there is that America's defining feature, if anything, is that it is an idea. It is premised on ideas. It is not premised on blood and soil, as you wrote. And when John is talking about how the things that feel like we're missing, these guardrails, these norms, that too is part of the American idea. And so how does that, if you're thinking about this as a political strategist, how does that get sold to a country that has been told you're losing your country to people who don't actually have stakes in it? How do you communicate the power of an idea in an age where abstraction is losing to fear and to blood and to soil?
You know, back in 1862, a woman named Julia Ward Howe wrote a poem and sent it to The Atlantic and said, would you guys publish this? And we put it back on our cover this month, The Battle Hymn of the Republic. And the message of that poem was, this is a country worth fighting for. The ideas at the heart of this country are worth fighting for. And she knew perfectly well in the middle of the Civil War that not every American agreed with her on that, that this was contentious. But I think that what you're pointing to is that Americans really are hungry for the articulation of a set of values, a set of principles, of a set of ideals that they can buy into, that the left has largely abandoned that project in favor of critique. And it opens a void for the kind of divisive blood and soil nationalism that Donald Trump and those around him favor. Because people do want something to believe in. They want a country to call their own. And to the extent that the mainstream story falls away, that we stop defining ourselves around an idea, it opens a chance for people to come in and exploit the divisions within this country and encourage people to think of it as a tribal society rather than a creedal one.
The new piece for the July issue of The Atlantic is available to read online now.
If you watched any of Trump's Great American State Fair tonight, I mean, I'm sorry for you, I guess, but you might have thought you were just watching a Trump rally. Well, the 16-day event bills itself as a free, nonpartisan celebration of America's 250th birthday with no ulterior motives. Nobody supposed to be benefiting aside from the American people. That's clearly not the case. I mean, just to put a fine point on it, tonight's festivities were produced, at least in part, by the production company behind Trump's rally at the Ellipse on January 6th. A company that the New York Times reports has received millions of dollars worth of no-bid contracts since Trump retook office. And it is just one of the now multiple companies the Times reports has received no-bid contracts from the Trump administration related to the country's 250th birthday. Now, for anyone out there thinking, well, doesn't it make sense for the government to celebrate the country's 250th birthday? Yeah, of course it does. The country should be celebrating. That is why a decade ago, Congress created a nonpartisan nonprofit called America 250 to help plan and produce a celebration. But this isn't that group. You see, the Trump administration decided to make their own group. Instead of America 250, this group is confusingly called Freedom 250. And it is Freedom 250 that just so happened to hire the firm from Trump's January 6th Ellipse rally. It is Freedom 250 that decided the academic institution it should partner with for this celebration of American history was the unaccredited right-wing evangelical group. It is Freedom 250 that is holding tonight's rally on the National Mall, headlined by Trump himself. And all of these pro-Trump, pro-MAGA festivities are costing quite a lot of money. Some of that money is coming from private donors. As the New York Times reports, Freedom 250 got some of its fund by offering perks to private sponsors. Of course they did. For $500,000, sponsors could get their logo featured at Freedom 250 events. For $1 million, sponsors got access to Trump himself. But of course, a lot of these festivities are being paid for with your tax dollars. The nonprofit watchdog groups, the Revolving Door Project and Public Citizen, have tracked nearly $103 million worth of public contracts and grants from the Trump administration to what the groups describe as, quote, a network of politicized entities under the control of Trump administration officials and political allies. There we go. All under the guise of America's 250th birthday. Joining me now is Democratic Senator from Georgia, Jon Ossoff. Good to see you.
Great to be back. Thanks for having me.
Of course. So tonight was technically the kickoff of America 250, and I think a lot of people feel two realities right now. One, pride in being an American, pride in being in this great country, and the other reality is watching the President of the United States essentially make money from this celebration, make it about himself, help benefit people who owe him favors. How do you not square, but how do you think about these two realities?
Well, I think it's a call to action for patriotic Americans to recognize that at the 250th anniversary of our country's founding in rejection of kingdom and monarchy, we have these events being hijacked by the narcissism of the president who styles himself most like a king. And it wouldn't be a Trump event without no-bid contracts and the sale of access. Corruption is par for the course at this point. I think the Trump show has jumped the shark. I don't think many people are tuning in because he's lost it. But more importantly, what we're seeing is how destabilized he is by his global humiliation in the Middle East, which he cannot deny or lie away. His approval rating sits at 34%, while Americans pay more than ever for groceries and health care and rent. And he's out here building a monument to himself and adorning his office in gold trim while, because of his actions, cancer patients face the loss of their health insurance. He has cemented his place in history in disgrace. And now our job as patriotic Americans inspired by the legacy of our founding is to marshal all of our passion and resources and energy to restoring checks and balances this fall, because we won't get another chance at this. And this race in Georgia will be decisive. I am the only incumbent Democratic senator running for re-election in a state that Donald Trump won. They will spend hundreds of millions of dollars to try to unseat me. And I'm asking folks to visit electjohn.com to support my effort.
One of the things you've worked very hard on is this housing bill that I started the show talking about. And this morning, this all happened in the same day. Sometimes you can't make it up in Washington. Trump just decided not to sign this bill. And instead, he demanded that your Republican colleagues move forward in essentially pushing a voter suppression bill forward. I have my own thoughts. I mentioned some of them. What do you think he pulled this all today?
Let's be very clear about what the president is saying to the American people. The president is saying that he will not sign a bill whose purpose is to make housing affordable unless his allies in Congress pass a voter suppression bill to rig the election. He's saying, I won't even sign a bill that will give economic relief to Americans unless the rules of this election are changed so that he, Donald Trump, cannot be held accountable for all of his misdeeds. Because that's what he really fears most of all, is that when there is a change in the balance of power and when we restore checks and balances, he knows that there will be subpoenas flying, that officials from his administration will be testifying under oath about the full range of misconduct and corruption that we already know has been happening since the moment he was sworn in.
He also today had a lunch with the Republican caucus. You mentioned a number of the things a number of them are pissed off at him about, including him trying to jam an $88 billion ask for money for the Iran war down their throats, pushing for this voter suppression bill, which there are not the votes for. He hasn't endorsed some sitting members of the Senate. I just played a little bit of YOLO John Cornyn, as I like to call him. What's going on with that? And do you think there are more opportunities to work with Republicans on some of the things that might be priorities to you and some of your colleagues?
Look, I've got good working relationships with a lot of Republican colleagues. That's how I've gotten so much done for Georgia, from passing landmark prison reform legislation to legislation that forces big tech companies to report online predators. And I know, because I talked to them, that many of them are furious, that many of them feel that the president has lost control and lost the plot. And yet, we cannot hold out hope for a sudden outbreak of courage and integrity on the part of this president's allies in Congress, because he's already blown through so many red lines, and they stand with him because they're afraid of him. It is only by winning decisively this fall and demonstrating to his allies that they put their seats and their political careers at risk by continuing to do his bidding that we will change their behavior.
America is turning 250, but if you were expecting a rousing speech to celebrate this country and unify us behind a common history and a common future, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get it from this president, at least. Here is how he kicked off the first of 16 days of celebration.
We signed a historic agreement to end the conflict with Iran.
fully open the Strait of Hormuz and accomplish what no president has ever been able to accomplish before. In my first term, I rebuilt our military and created the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in history. And now we are going to blow that away. We're doing better, much better than even the first term. Under the Trump administration, America is once again a nation of self-respect, dignity, and pride. We're building the most beautiful ballroom anywhere in the world right at the White House. Right at the White House. You go to TrumpRx.gov and you get what you're looking for at prices so much lower that a lot of people don't even believe it's happening. On July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up.
So less of a celebration of all of us, more of a declaration of his own greatness, like a campaign rally. It should not have to be this way.
Donald Trump tried to pull an only I can fix it out of his hat to save himself from humiliation after multiple musical artists pulled out of performing in his Great American State Fair. And he did that by inserting himself as the headliner for the kickoff event last night. It didn't seem to go very well. The celebrations are off to a very rocky start with video from the Bulwark showing what appears to be a steady stream of people leaving the event in the middle of Trump's speech. You can hear him talking. Listen.
DSA agreement on drug pricing. We are delivering the largest reduction in drug price history with price differences.
I guess they felt like they'd heard that riff before. Not a great look, though, for a guy who worries so much about crowd size. The Bulwark's Jared Poland also shared this snap online of an attendee lying down on the grass, writing that Trump's speech was literally putting people to sleep. Let's bring in the aforementioned Rapid Response senior editor at the Bulwark, Jared Poland. So how was it?
The speech was definitely a short one by Trump standards. I've watched hundreds of Trump speeches since I've started working for the Bulwark, and his speech last night came in just a little under 30 minutes. And a lot of the crowd there, I would say, were definitely not your typical sycophantic, super Trump crazy supporter. There were definitely some of those there towards the front, but a lot of the people hanging out towards the back that I talked to, this had been their first Trump rally. And there were some people towards the front that I had talked to that actually it was his 116th Trump rally. And so those people I imagine stayed, but a lot of people got their picture of Trump and headed for the gates.
Trump is obsessed with late night, so I will show you how late night covered this. This is Jimmy Fallon.
Well, tonight, President Trump headlined a rally to celebrate America's 250th after all the musical artists dropped out of his concert. It's the first event where BYOB means bring your own band and the old one. Tonight included a military flyover, Lee Greenwood singing God Bless the USA, and a speech by Trump. Even Trump's biggest fans were like, is this a repeat? Because I feel like I've seen this 400 times.
It's remarkable because Jimmy Fallon, of all of the men and women in late night and on that stage, pokes fun at Trump the least. But this is where it hurts the most if you're Donald Trump. A repeat, a rehash, not so A-list. What was it that they couldn't? I mean, last block we're talking about how all-powerful Trump is, that he's literally got media organizations, law firms, and all the federal government working for him, but he couldn't rub sticks together and get anyone better than himself?
So a lot of the people that I talked to at the rally, they were there not because of Trump, but because they wanted to be there to see the festivities. There were definitely some Trump supporters there, but I think a lot of the people backed out because Trump really has made this entire America 250 celebration about him. And a lot of people that were there definitely were looking for something to celebrate America and were happy to see the president speak, but I think they were more so there for the flyovers and the Marine Corps band that was playing before. So I think the attendance would have probably lasted a little bit longer into the night had the original acts stayed on board.
I want to show you Trump trying to do some crowd building for his next event featuring himself. This is Trump seeming to beg the crowd to come to his 4th of July speech.
Then on July 4th, we will have the greatest show of all on the National Mall. Your favorite president will be speaking. So please show up. Because if we have 2 empty seats, you know what's going to happen? The fake news is going to say he didn't fill out the arena.
I mean, he doth protest us so much. The idea that we're the problem, he seems to be the problem when it comes to empty seats. Clearly showing the vulnerability that this exposes, the lack of attendance, the lack of enthusiasm, and people walking out looking for non-political, I guess most generous description, acts.
Yeah, I think this celebration would have been a lot better had Trump not made himself the center of it. But unfortunately, with Donald Trump, he's incapable of doing that. I mean, he wants to be at the center of every bit of this America 250 celebration. And last night, I think you saw how the crowd feels about that. As soon as he came on, the crowd started to thin out. And I think come the 4th of July, because the fireworks are at the end, you might not see that as much. But last night, there was nothing to look forward to after Trump. So they got their pictures and they head for the gates.
God bless America. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will stop the show for safety. Please go inside for the time being. Need to stop the show for weather and safety. Please go inside.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Severe weather warning. Prepare for ping-pong-sized hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds, and cloud-to-ground lightning. Seek shelter, please, at this time. Seek shelter, please, at this time. Thank you.
Down on the end that way
See the Capitol building right behind us. We got Department of Commerce, and we're here with
Matthew.
Matthew?
And Fabrice.
Febreze, like the.
Well, yeah, I get the Febreze.
Yeah.
Slightly different spelling.
That's slightly better. You smell better than that nasty stuff. Why are you guys here for the 4th? What brought you here?
It's the 250th. We got to ring it in our 250th anniversary in style. And we both used to live here different times, but figured come back, visit home, and meet some new friends.
Yeah, the same. And I'm beyond about history. So coming every year and celebrating the 4th of July, but when it's the 250, you cannot miss out. I wish I was here for the 500 and the 1,000, and I hope it keeps going on.
Right? Do you think it will keep going on?
Well, what do they say? Like, if you can keep your freedom, you got to fight for it, whatever the quote is. But I'm always about the founders were insane. When you told me your age, like the founders were about your age, and they're more brilliant than we are today. So I feel like we got to follow what they were doing and make sure we adhere to it to have it last another 250.
Yeah, Aaron Burr was actually 18 in 1776. And the quote you said, Ronald Reagan famously said, "Freedom is never more than one generation away from extinction. It must be fought for, it's not passed on through the bloodline." And if you're here, you see a lot of American flags like this time. I mean, when you guys lived in D.C., did you see all these American flags back in the day?
Yeah, they were here, especially on the 4th. Like I said, you could get a lot closer to the monument, even do a keg stand with the Washington Monument in behind, which was about 30 years ago for me. But probably not going to be able to do it this year with the added security, but the spirit's still here. Maybe we'll get something comparable. I'll keg stand on a garbage can or something.
Good luck getting the keg through security.
Well, and I would say, like, I'm reading all the quotes now of the founders. I really love it. And they talked about they want it to be celebrated. Today is supposed to be about celebration and keep doing it. So drinking, party to enjoy what we actually have. Yeah. I feel like the flag has become a little divisive right now, and I don't understand it. So there's a lot more flags in the past everyone was happy about. Now we actually got shouted at. You know, protesters mad because we have a flag on us. I'm going to adhere to it's always the flag, 24/7, 250, 500, 1,000 years.
That's right.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time the flag now means that you're automatically Republican. If you drive by someone's neighborhood, I mean, the liberal neighbor is going to say that, oh, you got to be some crazy Trump supporter, right? I got to ask you guys, though, did you guys vote for President Trump in 2024?
You can see my hat, right? Oh. You can see my hat, right?
Why'd you guys vote for President Trump? That's the better question.
It's a free market, capitalism, that's what makes our whole system go. When you take that away and you take away money from the people that are actually providing these jobs with their enterprise, and you let government be involved in that and get their take, it's never efficient, and there's always waste and abuse. And so this free market system is what has attracted so many people over here for the last 250 years. Don't break it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I'm half French, ironically, and I feel like there's a lot of the association of America being formed because of the French. But I'm born and raised in New York City. I have met Trump maybe 5 or 6 times. First time when I was 5 years old. Everyone loved him. As soon as he gets into politics and he's trying to help everyone, I feel like you got to know the person. But the more important part is, who cares who's in the White House? It's really about back to the flag and what we stand for as a country. So that's the part that makes me upset, is even when it's a president I don't like, I'll still celebrate and respect the office itself.
And that's the way it should be. That's the way it used to be before I was born. I mean, even Joe Biden, I remember meeting him one time in Delaware when he was passing through. You respect the office.
Right. Even though I never remember you.
He doesn't remember what he ate yesterday.
That's my point. That was
right.
my point. Yeah. Nothing personal. Just he can't remember what he did yesterday. Right.
Yeah. You mentioned you're from France. Have you been back to France recently?
I go every year, and again, I'm all about history. So when I'm walking Paris, New York, I am aligning. My favorite person is Benjamin Franklin. So like the association between Paris and New York, and him helping out George Washington and sending the supplies and the people to help out with the war, I'm like, I wish I was in that age right now.
Yeah. Does coming back from France every year make you more grateful to be an American?
Always. It's the best place on the planet, and it always will be until something better shows up, and I don't think that ever is going to happen. So protect this, because I don't know if you can recreate this.
And what's the biggest difference between the U.S. and France? Is it freedom of speech, or is it deeper?
on every level, right? You could say, if you look at any country, they lose a lot of rights. But again, when I go to Europe, you realize what you really have here, and you see it eroding here, which is the scary part for me, right? To have true freedom and be able to do whatever you want, and you start to see it erode over time. So I get very worried about that. I don't have kids or a family, but hopefully soon. And it's like, what's going to happen to the next generations? I'm scared for them.
If you had kids who are maybe my age or whatever, what would be your one message to them? What would you be telling them the reason is to preserve America?
It supports the greatest amount of freedom that the world has ever known. And this whole system revolves on people having knowledge and studying that history and understanding why the system works, and to do our best to preserve it.
Yeah, I mean, that's like a tough question, but ultimately it comes down to like, you don't know what you have until you lose it. And I think that's what everyone's struggling with. They say, this system sucks, we don't like it, we don't like these laws. But it's like when you lose them is when you realize how amazing how you have it. And there's no other place on the planet where you have the freedom, the right to do whatever you want, to go from poor. And again, it's the pursuit of happiness, not actual happiness. You got to work your ass off for it. Am I allowed to say that? But you got to like protect it so that you can be in control of your own life. I love my whole life, my family, what I do. I don't see I could ever do that in any other society. Being really fortunate. And you even see immigrants coming, and like when you see them thriving, it's awesome. You talk to immigrants that are here for the first generation, and they're reminded because they just came from somewhere that was really challenging or dangerous. And that's the people that really respect what's going on here.
Thank you guys for being here. I think that's the resounding message of this week, of this weekend, of the 4th of July. And I think it's the resounding message of the 250th of this country, is that America is the definition of freedom.